sent me, his girlfriend sent me a picture of it. So I fucking said, fuck you. So I drove up there. I walked in the house. I was like, holy fuck. I mean, a quarter of them, at least 25% or more are autographed. Yeah. See, there was some Jeff Gordon ones that were autographed, but they weren't Jeff Gordon's autograph. I don't know whose they were. So anyhow, I
don't know. I could ask my dad, but he's dead. Because that's where we used to live.
And then, well, this guy just passed away recently.
Yeah,
Having a estate sale.
I lived right there on. So this sold my house on.
This car right here is a quarter scale. It's a Ron Katz car. It's autographed on the hood. Got that for 25 bucks. I looked it up. The car without the autograph was worth 75.
Yeah.
So then I grabbed this other. I was looking for all these cars. It was a Baby Ruth number 8. And I said, I guess Jeff Gordon. But I remember Jeff Gordon drove the number 1. It was a Firebird, but I wasn't fucking paying attention. And it said Jeff on it. It was autographed on the hood. And
Burton.
Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know it until I paid 40 bucks for it and got it out. So then I found this one, which is a 1995 Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
That's
the number.
Number 24, Jeff Gordon. It's the year he won his first championship, and it's autographed right here on the hood. Paid 40 bucks for it. The car you can buy it brand new on eBay for $22.50 plus shipping and handling. But they're not autographed.
But they're not autographed.
Yeah.
That's where you make money.
Yeah. But see the fucking. Here's the one, the other one that I like. Ron Katz. Yeah, in gold, and that fucking car is autographed on the top.
Oh, nice.
So fuck, we're a day after he fucking wins his third championship. And I didn't want to. I only took 80 bucks when I went up there because I knew better. So let me show you right here. I'll show you the picture. My friend, she sent me I kept it on my phone. Okay. So this is just look at the wall. Okay. Dude, that's only one room. There's 4 rooms in a house like that, and there's fucking ones are in like the dining room here, all the way, all die cast, half of them are autographed. There's fucking all over these tables and shit.
Any in boxes?
No, the boxes. He has all the boxes, but the boxes are in a fucking trailer somewhere. I'm like, oh.
Go ahead. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Kevin. That's live stream right there. The microphone's, yeah, the microphone's sticking out of the hose. See if on this side there's a mic sticking out of the building. That's what we don't want to do.
So top of the morning to y'all and a great day. Number one, the Hughes Performance Test and Tune Thursday here for most of Drag Strip, the Silver State Refrigeration and Air Conditioned West Coast Classic. Lanes are open, and it's going to be an open test and tune, whether you're pro or super pro. Just come on down. Game plan is to start at roughly about 11:30. So, I'm sorry, game plan is to start at about 8:30. We'll do that run for the money about 11:30. So, in fact, the game plan is to run to 11:15 for test and tune, both classes, pro and super pro. Just come on to the lanes, and then we're going to shut them off at 11:15 and get that cool run for the money for $2,000 in each category. So, come on down. Lanes are open. We're going to start the test and tunes in about 10, 15 minutes from now. By the way, test and tune cars, if you'd come up in lanes 3 and 4 to start it, please. Test and tune. Richard, move over one.
Again, racers, remember that the lanes are open. Bring your cars up to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 are open. It's open testing, which means, guys, bring them up anytime you want. They're not going to be called by category, whether you're pro, super pro. Bring them on up. Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Today is open testing until 11:15. Mike English has explained all this once to everybody in the tower, so we'd like to get everybody up here if you want to, guys. It's open testing, lanes 3 and 4, open testing, lanes 3 and 4. Whether you're pro or super pro, don't wait for your category to be called. At approximately 11:15, we're going to divide them up. And then at that point, we'll all be ready to go for what's going to be a really great day, which is going to be finished off with a $2,000 to win, 8-car shootout. So it's going to be a lot of fun today. 2 classes, absolutely, Mike. Thank you. As we're going to have pro and super pro divided out. And then at that point in time, we are going to run an 8-car shootout. Somebody's going to win $2,000. Yeah! And each class. So again, racers, lanes are open, and welcome to Famosa Drag Strip.
So again, Pro, Super Pro. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. By the way, if you're new to Formosa Drag Strip here, tech inspection is at the back of the staging lanes, lanes 9 and 10. So need you to lanes 3 and 4 for test and tune cars. Hughes Performance Thursday here. A little run for the money, a little dash for some cash later on. 8 best total packages in both Super Pro and Pro. We'll go on a Pro ladder later on today and race for $2,000 on Hughes Performance Thursday here at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic here at Formosa Drag Strip.
Again, racers, staging lanes are open. Bring them on up to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, the lanes are open. Hey, racers, I just want to remind you, if you haven't had an opportunity to be teched yet, bring it on back to the back of lanes 9 and 10, and inspections will be out there. Look forward to seeing you guys. Just in a few minutes, we're going to start putting cars down the track, so you might want to make your way to lanes 3 and 4.
First pair to start off Hughes Performance Thursday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Jeff Kreider. That's the Bedrock Racing Wonder Wagon. And Rich Llewellyn in from Yucca Valley, the Nova. Jeff Kreider starts his weekend off 091 red. Rich goes 084 green. Rich is 654 104. Jeff is 718 93 miles an hour. And Kim coming up here in the Porsche, or as I tease him, say the high-dollar Corvair. Kim had a very interesting job before he retired. He was a design engineer for General Motors, and he was on the design team for the GMC Cyclone truck and the Typhoon Blazer, the turbocharged things that, like, I guess I could say hauled ass. And the Porsche 628 115. And this will be Kim's daughter down there, 654 108. Randy Sandler rolling up in the Nova, another one of the D6 guys down from the great Northwest. Randy, the best reaction time so far at 029 on Hughes Performance Thursday. And runs down through there, 688, 98 miles an hour. John Baker, the Mustang. Guys and gals, test and tune. Lanes are open, lanes 3 and 4.
Want to remind you that the lanes are open, meaning that come on back as soon as you can. If you can round robin. You can make as many passes as you like. Open, test, and tune until 11. Bring them on down.
Baker's 62 on the tree and runs down through there in the Michelob Ultra lane at 675 102. Camaro down the Michelob Ultra Lane, 084 on the tree, and 811, 84 miles an hour. Is Larry Warren, the 55 Chev. Larry's 015 on the tree and right on down through there with the aerodynamic trunk at 665, 102 for the 55 out of Tehachapi, one of my all-time favorite towns. My buddy down there on the motorcycle, don't go in the dirt, okay? Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Unless you can do a wheelie all the way, then we're good with this. Rick Reynolds and David Demings come cruising up here. I would say two guys that have probably not raced each other real often. Rick will be over here in the Ford, of course. The boss man down at Verona Drag Strip and a former Division 7 champion and one of them primetime players out of Idaho. I would not be surprised to see these two guys in the very late rounds any day this weekend. Oh, by the way, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you happen to be hungry, the Dog Pound is now open right behind the tower. And I highly recommend later on today that you go over and get that lunch special named after me, the Mike English lunch. I promise you'll love it. Nobody in your trailer will appreciate it as much as you will. In fact, they may hate you. Deming's in, Reynolds is in. Reaction time going to be 00? Nope. Wow. 035 red, left, 043 Reynolds. Red, 552, 123 Rick. 625, 108 for Demings. Cool car award, cool car award. The Plymouth is just way cool. I got to get me one of those. This is my first car in my fantasy garage of the weekend. And I'm not even a Mopar guy, serious biz, but I just dig those 66, 67 satellites. Ooh, best so far at 012 off the starting line. Red 645, 104.
Hey, just want to remind everybody, M&M Fuels is out by the main gate. So if you need gas, you need fuel, come on down. M&M Fuels out by the main gate. Come and see them. Might be our first candidate of a very sticky track. Big Mopar running down the other end goes 830 at 85 miles an hour as we have our first problem. Hopefully it's something simple and can be fixed as this is going to be a long weekend, but So we'll be quiet here for a second as we're pushing one off. Want to remind everybody that the test and tune that we're running currently is open. In other words, doesn't make any difference whether you're pro or super pro. Bring the cars on up, lanes 3 and 4. You can bring them up as many times as you want. Round robin your car, do whatever you like, as we will get ready to put down the best 8 packages later in the day. This is going to happen at about 11:15. So the best 8 packages in the run for the money are going to go into an 8-car shootout, both in Super Pro and Pro. And someone is going to take home the used performance $2,000 to win. So make sure that you are qualified to enter that run for the money. And if you have any questions, go to the main gate. Go see Chris and the folks, and make sure that you are signed up and ready to go, as this is a full weekend of lots of racing for lots of cash. Mike, I think it'd be pretty easy to say the start line hook is pretty aggressive. So I see a lot of really good reaction times. Nice consistent track. Starts out a little cool, but it's never going to get super hot today. So we're going to see spectacular traction throughout the day. I believe this is Eric driving Little Vega. In case you're wondering where every Vega in the world went, they're at a drag strip somewhere this weekend. Woo, baby. Dragster gets off the line 001, runs through the other end, gets their first 491 at 138 miles an hour. Tell you what, the Vega, nice. 609 at 113 miles an hour, almost 114. So guys are hooking them up. Now, not exactly the same thing could be said for the Chevettes, but as my buddy calls him, he goes, I got a vet. Happens to be a 76 Chevette. I've got a vet. Oh, baby, 002. So far, nobody's hit it perfect, but we've had a couple of real close. 002s on both sides. One just happens to be hanging red. Yep, the little Chevette's flying. 608, 119 to a 711 at 94 miles an hour out there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Over here in the Michelob Ultra lane, which would also, I guess you could call it the tower side or whatever you'd like to hear it referred to, generally speaking, it's going to be referred to as the Michelob Ultra lane. That's the one closest to the pit side. On Volvo. Bringing out the Chevelle. Kevin Homard. Kevin bringing out the supercharged Camaro. Crowned the champion of Southern California Super Street. That is just an amazing car to watch go down the track. There's just, you hear that expression, so many working parts. Yeah, there's so many moving parts on this one. Supercharger, man. .009 to the good for Kevin. Alan goes 02 red. Getting there first, the big supercharged Camaro. I don't remember that car running 575 in the 8th mile. Man, that thing's picking up. 643 at 113 miles an hour for the big Chevelle. Tim bringing up the Camaro over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Ryan's Little Nova 605 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 529, 133. That car's flying. So got a lot of awfully fast door cars out here. This is going to be a good day for door cars. Big wheels up launch. Unfortunately, a little bit on the red side. 559, 122 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 649 at 105. So far, nobody's hit a triple O yet, but we've had a few double O's on both sides, green and red. .575, 119 for the Oldsmobile over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Three-way Chevrolet lane goes through it up 573 at 117 miles an hour. We're still inputting names and such, so it's going to be a little while before we're able to identify everybody. We got a lot of out-of-towners, and that is really cool. Seen quite a contingent coming out of Idaho. I'd say, usually it's hunting season or something up there, but apparently they've decided to come down here to do a little hunting. So this is going to be a lot of fun. There it is. Didn't take long. So, triple O in the three-way Chevrolet lane to a 008 over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. So it did not take long at all. 508, 137. Bang. Wow. Big wheels up launch, tiptoeing down the center line, but he started that out with a 002. Runs through 619 at 109 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 06 light, then goes 603 at 114 miles an hour. Anthony coming up to make a single run. Launch is red. Goes 654 at 103.9 miles an hour. Get that straightened out. Like I said earlier, guys, bring it to the lanes. Come up lanes 3 and 4. It is open testing, whether you are in pro or super pro. Bring them to the lanes, and you can make as many passes as you want. And we will not be dividing you out until we get around 11 o'clock as we get ready for the Run for the Money qualifying. And then at that point in time, everybody who's qualified to get into the used performance Run for the Money Thursday. This is going to be a lot of fun, guys, so make sure you're included. The way you do that is go down there. Obviously, if you bought in everything you can buy in for the weekend, you know you're in. But if you haven't and want to get in the Run for the Money, let her rip. Michelob Ultra Lane goes through at 632 at 109 miles an hour. Starting out with a nice 05 light, goes 644 at 105 in the three-way Chevrolet lane.
Next pair rolling on up would be Vic Hudson over there in the Nova. I believe, if I recognize this car, stick shift Mopar. I was right. 019 on the tree over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and out of the throttle. Mopar spins the tires. It gets going 778, 98 miles an hour. Nova's 714 out of the throttle at 69 miles an hour. Is the Vega and the Porsche. This is going to be fun to watch. This actually could be a pretty good race. Well, could be a good race. 024 on the Vega could get down through their top end Vega. 602, 113. Porsche goes 622, 115. This is the first. No, we've had a door car dragster battle earlier. In set. Nova down their top end, 551, 127. Dragster goes 531, 129. So Jim Sheldon, the Mustang, taking on the Camaro. By the way, racers, I want to give you a quick reminder. Famoso Drag Strip is a right side track. So you need your numbers, especially door cars and dial-ins later on the right side of your car. So the computer got us, and got us is kind of a questionable statement there. But, you know, let's just go with Mark Dawson and let it go with that because, you know, he gets all whiny and stuff if he doesn't get his way. And God, I hate to be in the tower when Dawson gets whiny. So here we go. They're pre-staged. Better the 2 reaction times to the Camaro. .638, 106 for Jim Shelton. 813, 83 miles an hour at the Camaro. It's Tracy Perez to Chevelle. Rob Strong coming up in the Firebird. The car that I remember a couple of years ago, before he got rid of the Chevelle, he hated this car. Well, then the Chevelle had its dements on the 15 freeway and its demise, and all of a sudden he started to like this Firebird. Well, Rob finally gets in there. Rob Strong, 018 on the tree. Tracy's 041 on the tree. Michelob Ultra Lane, 671, 101. Rob Strong, 746, 91 miles an hour. Tracy Perez on Hughes Performance Thursdays. Jeff Kreider, Ricky Duschel. The Aerospace Components Corvette for Ricky and Dad Rick out there. And Jeff Kreider, the Bedrock Racing Wonder Wagon. Kreider's in, right on Ricky to light that second light in that Corvette on Hughes Performance Thursday. Kreider back-to-back red light starts. Ricky goes 032 in the Corvette and 531, 131. Jeff Kreider, 711, 94 miles an hour is Ashley Duschel. And Michelle Lewis in from Washington. Michelle, the Infinity Coach Nova. Move off that starting line to the Corvette at 033 down there top end. Michelle Lewis goes 541, 126. Ash is 574, 119 in the Corvette. Racers, racers, racers. If you are double entered, you need to let Eric in the tower know which entry is going to be the X entry and which entry isn't, so he doesn't get confused. It's Jeff LaSalle and Cliff Hall. Ooh, this could be like final round in Pro or Super Pro. Jeff over here at the Mopar, been one of those guys that's been there, seen that, done that. Jeff LaSalle starts his weekend off 009 green. Cliff goes 010 red. Cliff is 651, 105. Jeff goes 644, 104 as Mopar comes rolling up, one of the Chargers. Oh, it is 300. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jeff. Jay, I appreciate your guidance and counseling. By the way, racers, I want to give you a quick reminder. Formosa Drag Strip is a right side track. So need your numbers on the right side so Mark Dawson doesn't get all whiny on Hughes Performance Thursday and start crying because he can't see your number. Oh, look at Rick Strogard. He's gonna like do his shoe polish. No, he got booted? Okay. Perfect. The number's the same color as the car, so you can't see it. Steve White, former Division 7 champ, coming up here right side of the track in that Michelob Ultra lane. And Larry Giese, the Dodge Daytona, which, by the way, is not big block powered. That's 440, sitting in front of the driver in that Daytona over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Steve White's in, waiting on Larry Giese in set. 024 right side, 022 left side. Steve White, a 480, 143. Larry goes 569, 8, 118. In the Mopars, RJ Simrock and Alan Brown. RJ, of course, RJ's race cars down there in Santee and part of that Verona Drag Strip team car. And Alan Brown, hey, he's a regular Verona Drag Strip over there. That coupe. Red light start Allen, 024 green RJ. RJ down there, dragster goes 490, 140. Allen's 574, 118 is John Baker, the Mustang. The very cool Mopar here, the Michelob Ultra lane. Curtis Zinzalita in from Flagstaff, AZ. The 69 Roadrunner. Just do it one time. Get it out of the way. Maybe. 008 red is Curtis. 020 green is John Baker down there, the Mopar. 594, 113. Curtis Baker's 678, 101. Dustin Wirtz in. Wow. Dustin getting all he can out of the burnout there. Now, Wirtz Family Racing, which I believe there's about 30 cars here with the Wirtz family. It's a big trailer, you know. Used Performance Thursday, part of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. So Dustin's first shot at the tree, and I'm going to be bold and say he goes 10. Dustin, make me look good, which is not an easy thing to do. Oh, I just missed. 24 on the tree and 448, 154, Dustin Wirtz. Best appearing car, hands down. The Nova. .003 RED 661 102 for the Nova, which gets my vote for best appearing car. So Kim will make a time shot here in the Porsche. Dip down into the low sixes. 653, 108 for Kim. And a car that's street driven, by the way, is Kelly Davis. Got her sweetie out there, PJ. And the Corvette. Stunning. It's a topless Corvette. That's a shock. Kelly's 034 off that starting line. Corvette top end. 526, 131. Kelly 629, 108 is Vic Hudson. The hay hauler. The 74 Love Truck. Vic Hudson 015 off that starting line in a lovely truck, and will get there first. 601-116. Nova 631-106 is Anthony Byers and Jeff Martin in the next pair. Double 09 Jeff. Top end 627-109. Anthony goes 652-106. This Colton Aragon in from Colorado. The Crown Supply team car. The very cool shorty wheelbase dragster, which I love them things. Radley Sadler over there far side in that Nova. Double 08, 003. Colton beat the 008, 471, 144. Randy's 003, 686, 98 miles an hour. So Brandon and Rick in this pair is a couple of guys you would not want to bet against. I can't believe this. There's two Chevettes in line back to back there. .004 red Brandon, 018 red Rick Reynolds, 550, 123 Rick Reynolds. Brandon goes 563, 121. So former division champ, former national champ Greg Dreher, far side the vet, and Dave Edwards in from Washington, the Brown & Brown Trucking. Very cool 5.7 Chevrolet. Greg just carries those front wheels so cool, and the vet down there top end goes 553, 123. Dave Edwards 557, 131. The 57 is Jonathan Fiello. It's one of the big time guys at K&N, you know, far side. That's the Nova. And Tim Watts in from Washington. The Watts Trading 02 Firebird. How about Tim Watts? Trip tip, perfect in that bird, goes 495, 137. Jonathan 024 red, 559, 2, 1, 2, 3. 009, Camaro far side. Going to get there first in that three-way Chevrolet lane at 593, 117, 040, 643, 105. The Michelob Ultra lane is Butch Warner in from Idaho and Jeff Kreider. Well, neither one of them going to make my honor list. Ooh, a little bit of smoke out of there. 498, 121 out of Butch's dragster. Jeff is 713, 94 miles an hour in the Wonder Wagon. Richie Sullivan, Chris Browning, Despair. Chris, another one, the Washington bunch. That's the Corvette. And Richie over there at the County Motor Parts, Roadster. Former track champion, Verona dragster. Former Division 7 champ. He's pretty good, you know. Richie goes 021 RED, and Chris a little tardy. Richie's 551, 123. Corvette's 541, 125. John Cavallo, the Camaro. Cal Gordon, far side, the Mustang in from Hesperia. Just over there, you know. John goes 40 on the red, goes 629, 110. Cal 619, 109 is Jeff Bassard. The very cool pickup truck for Penny Hardware in the team. The 98 Sonoma. It's a GMC, by the way. And best appearing car in my book. .008 the Nova, 022 Bassard in the pickup truck down there top end, 602 115. Nova 659 103. Jim Sheldon, the Mustang. Dragster goes 003 and then breaks. Jim Shelton's is 023, 637, 106, and a dragster coasting 817 at 66 miles an hour. It's Mason Watts. So Mason rolls up here in that Michelob Ultra lane, my lane of choice, by the way. By the way, don't forget, if you're hungry, Dog Pound's open. The My King is special will be out later. Right now it's just breakfast burritos, hot coffee. .039, and then Mason breaks right off the starting line there and pulls over next to him. Mason, thank you. 634, 107 Camaro down there top end. And Mason, I hate to see that happen to you right off the starting line there. I hate to see it happen any place, but doing the right thing, pulling over next to the wall and coming to a stop, and thank you very much. Racers could take a lesson from Mason, by the way. Just saying.
Hey, while we got a second, if you're just getting in here, don't forget, you can tech your car at the back of the lanes 9 and 10. Come to the back of staging lanes, lane 9 and 10, and that is where tech takes place if you have not been teched yet. Also, remember, please mark the right side of your car, the passenger side of your car, unless, of course, you're from Australia or something. But the passenger side of your car with your numbers. And also remember, if you are double entered, or have two different drivers, or however you're working it out, because every single thing is possible, please make sure that you mark the vehicle so that it's got the correct number for the correct driver and the correct number for whichever particular entry you are. So if you have an X entry, then let's make sure that you got the X on the car during that pass. It's going to make a big difference. Right now, not so much, but let's get used to putting them on there, because as we go into the later stages of the races here at the Silver State West Coast Classic, we're gonna need them. All right, here we go. Dan Bain. Man, jumps off the line with an 0-2. Running for the 8th mile, goes 5:32 at 130 miles an hour. Big old 55 Chevrolet out there. '55 staging up against a Chrysler we've seen a bunch of times running in the pro category, and like you say, right now it's open, wide open. So open test and tune continues. Bring your cars to the lanes 3 and 4. Are you over Casa Grande? Not yet. Phil's not. Phil backing up the dragster, making a trip all the way from Casa Grande, Arizona. Alongside the stick shift Mopar. Just getting filled in on a lot of cool stuff that's going to be happening this weekend. We'll explain it kind of as we go along. Right now, we have open testing. That means Super Pro, Pro, whatever you got, bring them to the lanes. Dragster goes red by just a little bit, 01 red. Then 598 at 103 miles an hour down at the top end. Stick shift Mopar, how about a 753 at almost 100? Door cars a pair coming off with a nice 02 and 03 lights, respectively. Michelob Ultralane gets there first with 661 at 103 miles an hour. 811 at 84 miles an hour out in the three-way Chevrolet. Oh, baby, missing it by a thou. Dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Go 001 to the red side. Nice pass with 488 at 140 miles an hour. 666 with a 7 at 100 miles an hour here in the Ultra lane. Michelob Ultra lane, one closest to the stand. Mike, there's all kinds of really cool stuff going on. I'm pretty interested in how you can win lots of money. '74 Vega coming off a line with a nice 01 to the green side. 006 for Larry. That Daytona flies as a 569 at 118.4 miles an hour. 588 for Barnhart's little Vega. That's not too shabby either. Big old 55 Chevrolet. Too much smoke to see which car it is. I can just see the taillights. TJ dragging the 55 up here to do a little bit of bracket racing. Does a lot of nice wheels up launch. Car runs strong through the top end, 570 at 122 miles an hour. Hey, listen up, racers. Go in your back pocket, real careful like, dig in there, and pull out either a red top or a yellow top Optima battery. We have a racer who needs one. If you've got one, down in the third row, go by Dan Lafferty's pit. He's pretty easy to see because he's got his name everywhere all over that trailer. And come on down there and hand off your red top battery. You can get as much as you want for it. He's going to hand you buckets of cash. He needs a red top or yellow top battery. We have a couple racers that are going to be needing parts, so please share as you can. We appreciate it. Jimmy Lewis's dragster gets out 007. Wow, that thing gets down through there. 462 at 149 miles an hour. Again, one more time, Jeff Devy's looking for a Optima battery, preferably a red top or yellow top if you got it. Unfortunately, the way his car's set up, nothing else is going to fit. So please bring that to the lanes. Or actually, take it to the he's pitted next to Dan Lafferty. Just take it down there in the third row and bring him a battery. Also, like I said, we've got racers looking for parts, so please be a little willing to share as we're kind of out here in Central California. And the Napa has lots of International Harvester parts, but they don't necessarily have everything else. Vic Hudson. Kevin Homard out there in the three-way Chevrolet lane with a big wheels-up launch, 0-2 to the good. Red light over here in the Michelob Ultra lane with a 623 at 110 miles an hour. Mo Cabas driving the bright green Pleasure Machine out there. Beautiful looking Camaro. Rolling and staging in there. Mr. Humard bringing up the little Nova. A few of these cars might have multiple entries, so if you're sitting in a car going, that guy doesn't know who's driving it, there's a possibility that we don't right now, as we're still loading in names, and it'll take a little while. But eventually we're going to get around to it. Wow, nice launch. Noel goes triple O's and then goes 651 at 103 miles an hour in that bright green Camaro. 016 at 607 for Homard's Nova. Jeff Kreider waiting patiently in the water. Dragster backing up. Hey, listen up, racers. Like I said, guys are looking for parts. I got a 3/8 pipe to number 10. I need 2 AN fittings that look just like that. That, again, is a number 10 going to 3/8 pipe or a Barry Grant 400 rebuild kit. And Barry was just a baby when he was making those things. Nice 0-2 light over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Runs through 712 at 95 miles an hour. flying down through the other side there in the three-way Chevrolet, 479 and 143. Next pair coming your way. I'll tell you, I've seen a huge collection of door cars, and I am kind of a door car fan, so this works out well for me. Speaking of door cars, later on, and we'll explain everything later on, but later on there's going to be a door car, well, actually it's called the Badass Door Car Challenge type thing, and Alan Hofer is putting up an entry. Like I said, we'll explain all the rules later as we go along, as we're still in open testing right now. Off with an 05 light goes 624 at 113 miles an hour in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Out in three-way Chevrolet, 628 at 108. This Oldsmobile runs nice. Tracy Perez's real clean 66 Chevelle. Staged up. Tracy, second generation racer out of San Diego. Tracy showing it off. 001 off the line. Big Chevelle getting beat to the finish line, though. Fiello runs through with a 575 at 119. Tracy finishes it out with a 746 at 91 miles an hour. So again, racers, I want to tell you, if you're just getting to the track right now, tech takes place at the back of lanes 9 and 10, so make sure that you make your way on out there. Also, we'd, of course, like to welcome you to the return of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Everybody's read off a line here, 611, 113 in the Michelob Ultra Lane with a 669, 101 over in three-way Chevrolet. Speaking of Chevys, this is one serious racing Corvette right here. This family's been running them for a long time. This thing, I think, about the first time it showed up at a national event and won it. I believe that is the Mopar Johnson. Just guessing at this point, but like I said, we'll get all the names and everybody in there because, like I said, also, if you are double entered, or if you've got two drivers, make sure that we have the appropriate number for the appropriate driver on the car. Wow, Mopar gets out 001, goes 598, 113 miles an hour. Strong door cars a pair with 598 at 122 in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Long burnout for the dragster. Quick little short burnout for the Camaro in the Michelob Ultra Lane. And we got a lot of door cars today, guys. Let's bring them up lanes 3 and 4. It is wide open testing. What's going to happen is at about 11 a.m. or so, give or take a few minutes, we're going to shut the lanes down, run out whoever's in the lanes, and then we're going to line you up. We're going to call you by category at this point. It'll be the Pro or Super Pro cars. And when you are a Pro or Super Pro car and you are called, this will be your run for the money. Everybody's going to run a qualifier. The top 8 qualifiers in each category are going to run it out, and somebody in each category is going to walk away with used performance $2,000. So again, used performance is stepping up big, $2,000 to win in each class. So it's the $4,000 day, and for somebody who happens to have brought a pro car and a super pro car, you might have a really good day. 5:57, 124 in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Check this out. This is one of the quicker ones out there. 4:42 at 154 in three-way Chevrolet. Tim Wirtz, another one of those Idaho guys, knows how to put on some wind lights, that's for sure. He's in the Michelob Ultra Lane. That is the lane closest to the grandstands, the long grandstands. 002 off the line. Yeah, showing how it's done. 5:07, 137 for Wirtz. Three-way Chevrolet lane goes through at a 7:31 at 92 miles an hour. Dustin Wirtz is driving the dragster. Rob Strong driving the Firebird. Rob Strong taking his time staging her up there, bringing it in. Dustin Wirtz right behind him. Coming another of the Idaho racers. 004 light for Dustin. Rob goes out with an 030. Jeff Baker driving the Mustang. Jeremy Wilson driving the pick-em-up truck. Baker away first in the Mustang. Here comes the pickup truck. Pickup truck is going to move around him at the finish line. 6:57 beats a 6:82. 111 miles an hour in the three-way Chevrolet line. Baker runs through at 100 flat. Jody George driving the Oldsmobile out in three-way Chevrolet side. Roger Phillips over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Former track champion right here at Famosa. This guy might be kind of tough to deal with. '01 light off the tree to '02. Everybody's hanging out. 7:06 at 95 to 7:42 at 106. So George getting there first by just a little bit, but only at 95 miles an hour. 106 over here in the Michelob Ultra side. Steve White driving the dragster. Ashley driving her Corvette. Steve White driving the dragster. Everybody taking their time staging up. Starts to get a little more critical after you've kind of loosened it up a little bit on the first couple passes. Steve White, well, also Ashley, both of them out off the line with a 010. Pretty nice lights a pair. Dragster runs through with a 484 at 143 miles an hour. Corvette runs through at a 575 at 119. Curtis Inzaletta out of Flagstaff, Arizona, driving the big B-body Mopar. Mopar off the line red. Man, that thing just pounds the ground. 3,500 pounds of your favorite Mopar goes 594 at 113 miles an hour. Stephanie Paz coming up in the three-way Chevrolet side. Michelob Ultra side, Ms. Hofer. Mike says these lights are going to be 5 thou apart. Oh, man. I am just absolutely not gambling with this guy at all. Because they were actually just 2 thou apart. Oh, man, check that out. Stephanie runs through 6:14 at 108. Sasha runs through with us 7:27 at 92. Oh, man. Mikey, you're going to have to just stop doing that. That's incredible. They're going to think you're cheating. That's how strong it was. He said they'd be 020 to 025, and they were 022 to 024. So, Greg Dreyer, Mr. 007. Local fella from Bakersfield. Long-time racer. Big wheels up launch on that Chevette. A lot of smoke coming out of the far side, but it runs on through. Greg gets off the line with an 026 and runs through the 553 at 123 miles an hour. 660 at 100 miles an hour. Over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Does maybe a little bit of tire rub or something. Looks like that smoke didn't amount to anything. That's a good thing. By the way, racers, we please do, if for any reason you accidentally hurt your car or believe you hurt your car, pull over as close as you can get to the wall without striking it, and then stop as quickly as possible. We can clean up a puddle in about 5 minutes, but it takes about a half an hour or longer to clean up a stripe. And we promise, no matter where you stop it, we'll come get you. We promise. Mark Barnhart driving the dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside, that is Roger Field driving the There was some static on the line there or something. I'm not quite sure. Ooh, baby, 009 off the line. Bright Green Nova running through with us. 644 at 106. 455, 151 for Mark Barnhart's dragster. Rick Reynolds bringing the big Ford. Rick used to run a Pinto. And this was the craziest running thing you've ever seen. And he decided, well, let's get a little longer wheelbase and see what we get here. And what we got is a many-time championship. And that's why this is a bottom bulb guy going 001 off the tree. Then runs through with a 552 at 123 miles an hour. Good-looking little Falcon over there on the far side. We're sans glasses today, so if you want your name called out in the lights, put it really big on the side of your car. The Falcon runs through with doesn't run through with a little bit of trouble here, as we're going to shut it down for a second. Mike, do you think there's any chance in the world that there's any way we could figure out how to give away more cash this weekend? Mike says it's easy. Just give him more money. So CW and Sasha and Jeff Jones are all putting together for the Silver State Sports Standout. Silver Platter Standout. Well, Mike put it in shorthand. It's Mike shorthand, by the way. Okay, looks like we do have the track clear. Alan Baldwin's coming back up in the Chevelle one more time. And the reason I can say one more time is because if you're just getting here and haven't figured it out yet, that's right. These cars are running as many times as you want. We're not punching. We're not crunching. We're not. Whoa. Got a little sideways there. Alan has to shut it down, and he just kind of coasts through the other side. Rich Llewellyn driving that good-looking little 66 Post alongside the dragster driven by Don Steffen. All the way from Bremerton, Washington. Maybe he works for Boeing or something. Actually, says it's called Truck Town. I thought it was Big Airplane Town, but okay. Can you get a truck there? Wow. Very cool. Don's running the dragster out a little bit past the 8th mile. He goes 4:67, 148. He wanted to make sure he got all of it. Over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, starts it out red and goes 6:48, 105 miles an hour. The Chrysler 300 probably on pass 20. I'm just guessing, but I don't count real well. Matter of fact, kind of similar to Arizona. All right, RJ Simrock driving the kind of the plain white wrapper dragster. RJ, chassis builder down from Santee. Didn't build this one though. It's a 2010 Race Tech. Red light on the Mopar. 04 for Simrock. Simrock runs it through, goes 489, 144. Got a lot of high 4-second dragsters out here this weekend. Alan Brown driving the really cool 34 Ford. Jeff Martin driving the Z car. Division 4 number. There's somebody that's coming to make the trip. Double 02 to the red side for Alan Brown in the coupe. Coupe is going to get there first, too, as it goes 574 at 119 miles an hour. 622 at 110 for the Datsun. County Motor Parts sponsored car Goes 0-4 off the tree, and then that little roadster runs on the other end. It goes 547, 123. A lot of speed for a 540 car. 660 at 104 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jody George coming around to make another pass in the Oldsmobile. I think it says C.W. Gordon over there on the Nova, but I'm not positive. But let's give her a run. See what we got. Lots of door cars out here today. Going to have lots of good racing in both categories, Super Pro and Pro. See a lot of cars, a lot of them coming down from Idaho. I'd like to thank everybody for making the trip. 03 to 04, two nice lights. Freeway Chevrolet side gets there first with us, 643 at 105 miles an hour. 702 at 96 miles an hour. Again, drivers, want to remind everybody that we are currently in open testing. That's going to run until approximately 11, and then at 11 we're going to split the lanes up. So we're going to run the lanes out at 11, close them, and then at that point we're going to split you out till Pro and Super Pro, and everybody's going to make their qualifying pass for the run for the money. I do want to remind everybody that your qualifying pass, to be able to run in the qualifying pass, you need to be entered for the entire weekend and paid for test and tune for today. And that is your qualifier. So if you are not in that situation, as you're kind of paying as you go or not or whatever, and you want to get in the run for the money, because it's definitely worth it, Used Performance is sticking $4,000, right? $2,000 for Pro, $2,000 for Super Pro in somebody's hands today, and it could be yours. Also, racers, if you just got here, remember, Tech is at the back of lanes 9 and 10. Everybody's red on this one. Three-way Chevrolet lane, 663 at 102 miles an hour, 633 at 106 over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. John Cavallo driving the Mazda Plus, sponsored 67 Camaro. Wonder if he's got a rotary in it. Nope, doesn't sound like it. David Deming on the far side gets out with the only green light of the two with an 05. Goes 629 to 107 miles an hour. 629's a pair, actually, at 109 miles an hour for John in the 67 Camaro. Mike driving the really good-looking little S-Series Sonoma or S10, good-looking machine over there in the three-way Chevrolet side. Jeff LaSalle driving Mike's favorite Mopar. So far, this is Mike's favorite Mopar. Although the stick shift Challenger is giving him a run for his money. Speaking of a nice run for their money, 01 to 02 lights. LaSalle runs through with a 644 at 104 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet side goes 641 at 106 miles an hour. Started it out with a beautiful 01 light. Brandon Umberger bringing out another. You know, that green has gotten awfully popular lately. It used to be nobody painted a race car green. Alongside Michelle Watts. Michelle, brand new machine, 565 cubic inches. And it appears we're going to have to walk out there and find out what's going on. Apparently, it's going to need a new reverse. Well, ended up having to push the dragster off. Not quite sure what the problem is. Again, racers, if you hear us asking for somebody for looking for parts, please, if you can, share. As this is obviously a big commitment for everybody to get out here and run the weekend. And to see something, hopefully it's just minor. Whatever shut it off will be able to make it work again. Wow. 009 to the red side. That little Chevette runs through with a 561 at 121 miles an hour. Shelby Williams driving the Camaro. Alongside the Porsche, driven by Kim. Shelby off the line with an 04 and wheels straight up. Look at this. Almost a dead heat to the other side. 623 to a 613. 613 for Shelby Williams. 623 for the incredibly fast street-driven Porsche. CW Hofer coming out to make a pass. CW out there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Silver Platter Racing sponsor. That's going to be the Silver Platter Standout, and that race will explain all the rules a little bit later as I go on. Hofer off with an 010 light. Very nice. 07 over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Goes 688 at 98 miles an hour. CW runs through with a 730 at 92 miles an hour. Anthony Byers bringing out the wagon. Wait a minute, it's wagons a pair. Jeff Kreider bringing out the Wonder Bread machine. Actually, it just says Wonder Wagon, but it's kind of painted like, you know, loaf of bread. It's fun watching long roof racing, especially when you started out with a 009. Kreider runs through with a 712 at 94 miles an hour. Over to three-way Chevrolet sign off 009 and then goes 653 at 104. Love truck. So your question always is, the first thing when I see a love truck is I want to know if it's a Mickadoo, because those were the cool ones. They had the flowered interior in them in 1974. Big Hudson's 74 Love Truck, 01 off the line, bang, 6 flat at 100 and almost 115 miles an hour. Ultra lane, 621 at 110. Dan Lafferty, another one of the Idaho racers. John Thiel driving the 71 Nova. Another of our K&N sponsored machines. Nova 540 inches. Only 632 to get that dragster down the track. Bang, does that thing fly. 441 at 157 miles an hour for Lafferty's dragster. Fiello goes 555 at 124. Couple respectable lights out there. Three-way Chevrolet lane, 653 at 105 miles an hour. Michelob Ultraside, 03 off the tree, and then goes up 525 at 131.
All good, Jeff?
Linda Valdez driving that beautiful 67 Camaro. Yeah, that is no. I think they were Pontiac G6s, but not sure. Super stock style launch and an 01 lights a pair. Linda Valdez going nice 658 at 104, starting that out with a 015 light. 011 for what looks like a little super stock Pontiac. Not quite sure the driver on that yet. We'll get it figured out later. Noel Kvass driving the bright green F-body machine alongside Division II racer. I don't have any information on him currently. Are you coming out from Florida or so, Georgia? That's a long trip. You know somebody who makes that kind of trip is definitely coming for the money. 014 light, yeah, they're coming for your money. 466 at 148.5. Noel runs through with a 651 at 103. Jim Shelton driving the Mustang. Wait, their Mustang's a pair. Baker driving the Mustang that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet side. Jim Shelton driving the Mustang with the flames. Jim goes red, then goes 634. Jeff goes 02 off the tree, and then 683 at 100 miles an hour. Richard Butler driving the blue and white Camaro that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet side against Tracy Perez. Red light for Perez. Perez was chopping a tree down, and he got a little too choppy. 01, that beautiful Camaro on the far side, and then runs 556, 123. Perez runs through 742 at 91 miles an hour. Rick Duschel driving the Corvette over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Marco Paravolais driving the Nova. Good-looking cars a pair here. Both these cars probably pretty equally matched. Rick in the Corvette out with an 01, then goes 532. 630 for the Nova after an 06 light. Steve Kelly against Kelly Davis. There you go. So we got Kelly's a pair. Kelly Davis driving the Mustang. Mike wanted to make sure that you knew that it was not LS powered. Big wheels up launch on Kelly's Camaro. Camaro gets there first, not by much though. 616 and 109 miles an hour. Started that out with a double 06 light. 02 light for Kelly Davis and goes through at 621 at 109 miles an hour. Gonna set down a brake for just a couple of split seconds here. Hey, Mike, tell us what's going to happen today. It's pretty cool. Lots of money going to be out there from Used Performance.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you have a welder in the house, Dennis Paz requests your presence at his pit area. So if you happen to have a welder, you can move it around or get over there and visit with Dennis and just get together and hopefully get that problem fixed. Mopar rear end, 8 3/4 Mopar rear end. Dennis Boyle, he'd love to see you. He'd really appreciate. Jeff Debbie, get that battery. Take it out of Lafferty's car. That's what I would do, just saying. Facts are facts. So don't forget, hey, best sportsman legal car. And you need to go over to the West Coast Bracket Race trailer behind the tower here and register for this Silver Platter Racing Shootout. The standout sportsman racer, CW and Sasha Hofer and Jeff Jones putting up $1,000 to the best sportsman legal car that lights up the win like the most times this weekend. And don't forget a salute to our great friend, memory of Val Homart, the baddest bitch this weekend. Kevin Homart and KB Racing and West Coast Bracket Races. $1,000 to the baddest babe on the ground in memory of Val Homart. And then I got one more, but right now we got Jonathan Knoll coming up. The Stick Shift Mopar Far Side and Bill Botello. One of my favorite cars. Not that I have a liking for Bill's car, but I have a big liking for C's Candy. And if you've seen my waistline, you'll believe me. In from Nevada, the 05 Grand Am for Bill, and the Stick Shift Mopar for Jonathan. Jonathan's in with the clutch car, waiting on Bill to light both them lights here in that Michelob Ultra lane. In and set. Vitello right on down through there in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 487, 143. Jonathan shifting the gears, 734, 99 miles an hour. The very cool Falcon. I dig this car. Mark Barnhart rolls up with the Vega. Vega goes 004. Falcon goes 005. Vega down there top end. 589, 116. Falcon 648, 104. It's Rich Llewellyn in from that very famous racing town of Yucca Valley. Because King Richard McFarland lives there. And the Porsche. .011 red, .010 red. Top end, Porsche, 642, 106 Rich in the Nova, 651, 107 for the Porsche. Stephanie Paz, Brad Pierce. Same bad. Brad over there in the Corvette, Stephanie over here in the Nova. .021 on the tree, Brad. .040, Stephanie down there top end. Brad, the Corvette's 599, 122. Stephanie, 611, 111. This is Curtis Anzalita in from AZ in the LS Power Dragster. I dig that. That thing's so cool. Curtis is 30 green. Dragster goes 476, 141. Curtis 595, 113 is Elliot Franco. And Tony Marconi. That's a pretty big time player coming up here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. In its set. 011 right side, 013 left side. Dragster down there top end. 536, 128. Tony's 578, 119. So the Mustang and the very cool Firebird. 014 off the tree in the Mustang down there. The quicker the two cars. Mustang is 624, 108. Firebird 7 flat, 96 miles an hour. Phil Narm, Casa Grande, Arizona. It's the T-Bucket altered big block Chevrolet. There we go. Couple of red light starts. Nova with the better of the two at 005. 635, 101 for Phil. 668, 101 far side in the three-way Chevrolet lane is cool car, cool car. By the way, quick reminder, M&M Fuels is in the house right inside the main gate over there. Mike Rogers and the team. So if you need your race fuel, the very cool Cavalier far side, Chris Browning, in from Washington, 63 Corvette.
Hey, just want to remind everybody that there is oil disposal facilities. Please do not put your oil in the trash. That can create huge problems. I mean, they go way down the line, like the city gets involved and the state gets involved and the federal gets involved. So please put your oil in the oil disposal place, which is up by the main gate. So please save it, collect it, bring it up, drop it. It's fine, but please do not put it in the trash.
007 far side, 551, 124. Chris Browning, 530, 127. .005 RED dragster down there top end. 508, 138. S10 is 744, 92 miles an hour. Pearson Deming. Sasha Hofer. Of course, Sasha, former Division 7 champ in the Summit Series. Which means she's pretty good, you know. Pearson ain't no slouch. How many cars did the Demings bring down from Idaho? All of them? Thanks, Jay. Pearson's in. Sasha bumping that Firebird in. That Silver Platter Racing was a great sponsor this weekend. They both go red. Pearson was better at 007. I'll tell you about that Silver Platter deal later on. 644, 105. Pearson, 728, 92 miles an hour. Sasha is Jeremy Wilson, the dragster in from Colorado. Jeremy's 39 on the tree. Jeremy down there top end, 456, 151. Mustang 620, 110. Dustin Wirtz and Rob Strong. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. Napa. Say that properly. Got to get that M in there. Top end Dustin, 005 red, 448, 154. Rob Strong, 004 green, 668, 102 is Danny Valdez. The Nova Tim Wirtz, part of that Racing Wirtz family. The Corvette convertible. Danny Valdez, 004 in the Nova. Tim Wirtz, 3509, 137 for the Corvette. Danny goes 656, 105 is Linda Valdez. And Craig Marilis. That is your first ever EV national champion in the Summit Series. Did that in this Tesla. The Camaro's not an electric car, by the way. So Craig will be over there far side. Linda over here in the show quality 67 Camaro. '18 red, Craig. 025 red, Linda. Craig goes 641, 105. Linda's 655, 106. Jeff Martin, Richie Sullivan, this pair. Jeff over there in the Datsun. Richie over here in the County Motor Parts Roadster. Richie's 39. Jeff is 49. Richie, the Roadster, gets there first. 547, 123. Jeff is 625, 109 is Larry Warren, the 55 Chevrolet. Taking on the Chrysler 300 SRT. Means it's fast. Larry Warren is 12 red. Chrysler 17 green. Larry Warren top end. 55 Chevrolet 665. Chrysler goes 856, 86 miles an hour. Greg Dreher, former national champ. Airflow heads of Mataza Racing. The 77 Vet taking on the Camaro. That Chevette will provide a Kodak moment. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, that was kind of weak, actually. Greg Dreer goes 002 red, 028 green Camaro. Greg's 556, 1, 2, 3, 593, 117 for the Camaros. C-Dub Hofer and Alan Brown, this pair. Alan down there, Vista. That's the 30 Ford Coupe, big block Chevrolet. C-Dub. Of course, C-Dub, part of that Silver Platter racing team, and they're sponsored, he and wife Sasha. And they are not in the Silver Platter Sportsman Standout Shootout for the best sportsman racer throughout the weekend. By the way, Alan's 78 red, C-Dub's 010 green. Alan goes 575, 118. C-Dub 723, 92 miles an hour is David Meyer and R.J. Simrock. R.J., the chassis dude down there, Santee. Verona drag strip track manager. Means he's Rick Reynolds' boss. David Meyer, he's pretty good, you know. Quick reminder, David Meyer is the Division 7 Summit Super Pro champion. There'll be a 00 out of this pair. Well, 022 red works for me. RJ's 029 490 114. David is 022 RED 608 113. So Stickman himself, Eric Reyes far side, and Jeff Kreider. Of course, Eric, let me tell you, lettered that car. Serious biz. I don't make that stuff up. Stickman's 003 red runs down through there at 475, 144. Jeff Kreider, 712, 9, 94 miles an hour. Started it off 027. Is Mark Barnhart and Robert Crum. There's a guy that's pretty good in that Nova. Of course, I told you that Robert Crum's pretty good. Yeah. Division 7 Pro ET champion in the Summit Series. Mark Barnhart. .023 Mark, .041 Robert. Mark goes 455, 151. Robert 659, 10444. Mason Watts, Vic Hudson. Mason in from Washington. Had problems earlier. Apparently whatever it was, he got it fixed. Vic Hudson rolls up in the... Oh, that was weird. Vic doing double duty. Mason's 035 red. Mason gets down through there, 5:03, 140. Vic goes 6:23, 110. Jody George and Kim in the Porsche. And this Porsche is so cool. By the way, the Porsche will outrun Jody. Well, Jody technically won that race because Kim went red. Kim goes 6:24, 115 in the Porsche. 7:01, 95 miles an hour. Jody George is Marco Peravalaris. He's pretty good, you know. Marco rolls up here in the dragster. Sister Layla and the team. So a little bit of stuff out of Jody's car over there, a little bit of cleanup there. Way to go, Cleet. I wouldn't move either. Oh, and all our friends out there on the World Wide Web, hey, glad to have you along for the deal. And Hughes Performance Thursday here. We're going to run the lanes out to about 11. It's about another hour or so. And then we're going to bring them up with a little dash for some cash. 8 best total packages in both Super Pro and Pro will go on a pro ladder and a little run for $2,000 cash. Now, you have to be entered in Test and Tune and bought an entry for the weekend to be part of that run for the money. So Cleet going to hop on the quad down there and scoot on down the track there. Just happened to see if Jody's ride left some stuff out on the track. It had a little bit of stuff coming out of the track. Jim Black going to hop on the tractor. Michelle Watts, need you in the tower, please. Michelle Watts, need you in the tower, please. I have something for you that a guy in a truck bought. So while it's quiet, a little bit of cleanup, big words for me going on there. Don't forget the Silver Platter Sportsman Shootout this weekend. The true sportsman car that lights up the most wind lights. C.W. Hofer, Sasha Hofer, and Jeff Jones Entertainment putting up $1,000, and none of them are going to be in this. So this is for somebody other than C-Dub, Sash, and Jeff Jones. We appreciate you doing this. The best true sportsman car gets the most win lights this weekend, gets $1,000 from Silver for the Silver Platter Sportsman Standout from C.W. and Sasha Hofer and Jeff Jones. By the way, don't forget, in memory of Val Homart, a great, great racer for so long before Val left us. The baddest babe this weekend, the Val Homart Award. That goes to the lady who lights the most wind lights this weekend. Sponsored by Val's husband, Kevin. The West Coast Bracket Racers, $1,000. And then you all remember our good friend Alan Hofer, who passed away a couple years ago. Alan had that black Camaro, and he just loved to race the dragsters. You beat a dragster this weekend in a door car, the best package, you get entry to one of the West Coast bracket races in 2023. So a lot of cool stuff along with the sides that are going on there. Of course, some big money races throughout the weekend here, and $10,000 tomorrow, $20,000 on Saturday, and $10,000 on Sunday. But today, it's Hughes Performance. Run for the money. $2,000 in each class. And by the way, if you're not aware of that, it's free to get in there. If you bought into Test and Tune and a weekend pass, it's free entry to Run for the Money. 8 best total packages in both Super Pro and Pro. So a couple of sweeps by Jim Black and the tractor there. And shan't be too long. And that's good news. Tractor going back to the spot there. Marco Parabolaris roll up here. The Michelob Ultra lane, my lane of choice. I will keep that lane sponsored a very long time. One beer at a time. So Marco and the Dragster going up against the Nova here. Making our way towards around 11:15. Got to cut it off and go into that little dash for some cash. A little huge performance run for the money. Marco goes 005 red. Had 460 on the car. Runs 454.2, 154. Nova 628.2, 106 is Shelby Williams. K&M Filters Camaro. In a relatively short driving career, already been to the winner's circle in the NHRA national event, the Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series. Corvette goes 20 on the tree. 527, 131. Shelby is 99 on the tree, 615, 111. Missing the tree is Larry Giese, the Dodge, Daytona, and Kim's Porsche. Larry missing the tree with the reaction time started with 2, 571, 117. Porsche for Kim, 663, 109 is Kyle Raposo. In from Hawaii, the Raposos now reside in Bakersfield. .011 red Mustang. Kyle a little tardy and then runs down through there, 462, 148. Mustang is 628, 108. Kevin Homard, Roger Phillips. That is your Pro ET track champion, Roger Phillips in the Nova. And your Southern California Super Street Association champion, Kevin Homard in the Camaro. Kevin's 017 on the tree. Rogers 026. A couple of big-time players. Kevin's 578, 120. Rogers 645, 106. And that'll be Kevin's little boy. Rachel's boyfriend, Ryan Hobart. Ryan is 10 on the tree. Ryan right on down through there. 607, 111. Camaro's 815, 83 miles an hour. Is Alan Valvo and Danny Valdez. Danny far side the Nova. Alan over here in the Chevelle. And neither one of them going to make my honor roll for reaction time. Allen gets down through there, 606, 114. Danny, 656, 105. Anthony Byers, Linda Valdez. Linda Farside, that was Hub's Dan in the Nova. Anthony coming up at Grandpa's Nova, the home wrecker. Anthony's 30 on the tree in the Nova. That's the better of the two. Down there, top end, good race. Anthony's 653, 105. Linda 657, 104. John Baker, the Mustang. And Steve White, former Division 7 champ, out of Ventura, backing up in the dragster here. John Baker rolls right in. Steve White's in. Baker goes red. Steve White's 024 green. Steve White top end 481, 143. As Tim Watts and PJ Giacalone, this pair. Tim over there, the Firebird out of Washington, the Watts Trading Firebird. PJ, the Pizzazz Racing 5.5 Chevrolet. There we go. Oh, 74, the better of the two. Tim Watts, 498, 139. PJ's 569, 121 is Rich Llewellyn. The Nova. Oh, 38 dragster, top end, 462, 149. Rich Llewellyn, 646, 105. Is Don Sefton. for Dave Barcelone's Truck Town up there in Bremerton, Washington, the dragster. Don Sefton 011 red, dragster top end, 463, 148, Firebird 701, 96 miles an hour. Noel Kovas and Daniel Fiello. Fiello racing ride far side. Noel rolls up in here in the Camaro. Noel's in, waiting on Daniel. In set. They both go red. Daniel's 003 red. Noel's 023 red. Daniel top end 578, 117. Noel's 653, 103 in the Camaro. Cliff Hall, Henry Roberson. Man, this is pretty good. I mean, I know it's only time trials, but this is a couple of power players here. Of course, Henry, if you follow him on Facebook, he'll have live and in-color videos of this run. Mike Ordeas in. Mike Ordeas, the pickup truck, in from Mexico. And Robert Butler. Robert Butler, 005. 560, 123. Mike Ordeas, 026, 647, 106 is Jonathan Knoll. Jonathan Knoll gets like Cool Car Award of the weekend because he's got that extra pedal in there. And I'm not talking about the emergency brake pedal. Maverick 018 red. Jonathan spinning the tires when he dropped that clutch down there. Mavericks 593, 121. Jonathan 711, 99 miles an hour. Jeff Bassard, the Sonoma pickup truck for Penny's Hardware up there in Novato, my all-time favorite town. So Byron McCullough rolls up in just a stunning Camaro. And Jeff Bassard. Jeff Bessard, 011 in the pickup truck. 601, 116. Hernan, 676. McCullough, 103 for Byron. It's Craig Marilis. As I said earlier, first ever Summit ET Racing Series EV national champion in his Tesla. Swept them all in Vegas, taking on the Mustang. .001 right side, 008 left side, 615, 114 Mustang, Craig Marilis, 646, 105 is Herc Ursery. Herc gets best appearing car in my book. Couple of red light starts this time. Herc is better at 006. Roadster is 549, 128. Herc goes 660. 102 is Dale Torres, Wes Anderson, this pair. Wes over there in the Roadster. Dale coming back on the front motor dragster. By the way, that is your California Hot Rod Reunion. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 champion, Dale Torres. Dale's 008 red. Wes is 006 green. Top end 530, 127. Dale Torres. Wes is 541, 125. Sasha Hofer. That's the Firebird. Part of that Silver Platter Racing Herd Hub CW and Jeff Jones Entertainment. Great sponsor for the Silver Platter Racing Sportsman Standout for the weekend. We'll talk about that a little later, but $1,000 to the best true sportsman car. Sasha's 45 green picks up the front wheels in the Firebird. Camaro over there far side. 633, 108. Sasha's 727, 92 miles an hour is Dan Bain. Rolls up in the Camaro here out of New Mexico. Super Street champ. .007 left second. Dan Bain was 002. 533, 130. Dan Bain, 663, 102 for the Falcon. Is DJ Homard. Curtis Zinzaletta out of Arizona. Curtis over there in the Roadrunner. DJ over here, Deej. Of course, he's been to the winner's circle in one of these West Coast bracket racing class races down in Fontana a couple years ago. Wheeling girlfriend Ashley's Corvette. O23 right side, Deej. O21 left side, Curtis down there top end. DJ's 577, 118 in the Corvette. Curtis 596, 113 in the heavyweight Roadrunners. Now to be Ricky Duschel. Taking on the pickup truck. For aerospace components and Dad Rick down there. Pickup trucks 006 red. Ricky's 038, 533, 131. Pickup truck 606, 110. Chrysler 300 and Kim in the Porsche. Kim's 041 on the tree. 624, 113. Mopar's 861, 85 miles an hour is Jeff Kreider. The Wonder Wagon for Jeff and the Dragster. By the way, going to run about another 25 minutes to 11:30. Give me a little extra time here for the people who got here to get a time shot. And we're going to line them up for a little run for the money. The Hughes Performance Thursday run for the money. By the way, during the run for the money, those who do not get into run for the money, you still have that open time shot this afternoon. .009 Dragster, top end, 479, 143. The Kreider Mobile 036, 716, 93 miles an hour is Bill Botello, Larry Warren. Bill in from Nevada for one of my all-time favorite sponsors, See's Candy. And I have a waistline to prove it. Bill 038 on the tree, the Grand Am at 487, 143. Larry Warren 067, 666, 102 is Tim Kohler. In from Lodi, the fuel injection expert, and Randy Sadler, far side. 86 Camaro, let me guess, it's fuel injected. Not sure what happened to Tim's ride there, but it rolled right through the beams. Randy down their top end, 689, 98 miles an hour. And by the way, a quick reminder, racers, if you have problems like Tim did here, and I know he's a little frustrated, but pull over the side and stop. So, again, if you have problems, please pull over to the side and stop. I know Tim is a little frustrated, but, guys, I don't want to watch you at 20 miles an hour. Or as Jake Kasem said, leaving a stripe at 20 miles an hour. So, again, that quick reminder, going to run to about 11:30 today. Giving you a little extra time for you folks who arrived late, get a time shot. Which, by the way, at 11:30, Test and Tune is not going to be run. We're going to run out the lanes, get them in there, start them up for the Hughes Performance Run for the Money Thursday. 8 best packages are going to go on a ladder for $2,000 in each class. So Steve Kelly going to come up in his Camaro, and C.W. Hofer, the Firebird for Silver Platter Racing. Of course, him and wife Sasha, Jeff Jones, putting up that Silver Platter Sportsman standout for the best true sportsman car of the weekend. $1,000. Of course, C-Dub, one of them guys who hangs around in the late rounds of big money races, hangs around the late rounds at any race. .004, Steve Kelly, 044 C-Dub. Kelly top end, 619, 109. C-Dub, 732, 92 miles an hour. Is Butch Warner and Dustin Wirtz. Couple of Idaho guys, couple of guys out of Nampa, Idaho up there, you know. To say Butch is a little bit older than Dustin would be a fact. .010 Dustin, 002 Butch, 446, 154 Dustin Wirtz, 4900, 138 Butch Warner. Tim Wirtz, the Corvette, and a boatload of Wirtz cars that have come down from Idaho. In a very rare 63 Corvette convertible at a racetrack. Tim Wirtz is perfect in reaction time. 509, 136, 650, 104 far side. It's Dennis Paz. Oh, whatever he needed welded must have got welded. About to find out how good that welding job is. 022 Dennis Paz, 025 Camaro down there top end. That's a great race. 643, 105 Camaro, 665, 100 miles an hour. Dennis Paz, Jim Sheldon, and Stephanie Paz. This pair, the Sheldon Performance 69 Mustang in from Apple Valley. .011 Jim Sheldon, 035 Stephanie, top end Stephanie in the Nova, 610, 111 Jim, 637, 105 Tracy Perez, 67 Chevelle, .017 RED Dragster down there, 443, 155. Tracy Perez, 748, 91 miles an hour. Tony Marconi and Dynamite Dan Lafferty. Lafferty in from Idaho. He does that drilling and that blowing up stuff. What a career. Lafferty was blowing up stuff before he was old enough to join the Navy SEALs. Tony in from Arizona over there in the drop top Mustang. Tony's 15 red. Lafferty is 18 green down there top end. Dan Lafferty 441, 157. Tony's 574, 119. Cavaliers, get your Cavaliers. You know I have that spot in my heart for Cavaliers, although this one isn't as cool as mine. It doesn't have the 2.2 big block. $4,000 difference in reaction time. I told, look at that Cavalier outrun that Dragster. Yes, 551, 125. Dragster goes 557, 135 is Eric Reyes and John Carvalho. John over there, the Mazdas plus Camaro, and Stickman himself. Eric Reyes coming up here in that Michelob Ultra lane. Couple of red light stars. Dragster is the better of the two at 002. 474, 145 Dragster. John goes 630, 109 in the Camaro is Larry Giese. The Dodge Daytona. Dragster goes 471, 145. Larry Giese 570, 118. Brad Pierce, bringing old Trusty back out. You know, he built one of those cookie cutter convertible Corvettes, I'm just saying. '21 Brad Pierce Novas, 012 Nova top end, 500, 127. Brad Pierce is 600, 121 is Richie Sullivan and David Meyer. Division 7 champ in the Summit Series is Meyer over there far side. Richie, track champ at Verona Dragster for County Motor Parts. Of course, his kid Chase is a pretty good racer himself with the Junior Dragsters. Richie's 006 red in the Roadster. Runs 549, 123. Far side, David Meyer, 6092, 113. .009, 466, 148 Dragster. Vegas, 12 on the tree, 760, 91 miles an hour. Savannah Kid. Down there, top end, Savannah, 575, 118. Nova gets down there, 763, 90 miles an hour. Jeff Martin, Shelby Williams, Miss Shelby, the K&N Camaro. Jeff rolls up in the never satisfied Datsun. $2,000 difference in the reaction time going to Shelby in the Camaro. 616, 111. Datsun, Jeff Martin, 626, 110. Vegas, get your Vegas, get your Vegas. Bunch of Vegas, like two. Oh, don't get too close to that wall there. Reel that baby back. Perfect reaction time, far side, 611, 111, 019. 589, 116. Jeff LaSalle, one of the big-time players rolling up here in that Mopar. Jeff goes 001 red. Far side is 003 red. Mustang goes down through there at 621, 109. Jeff LaSalle, 645, 104. Vega. Whoa, Jay, you were right. There is Vegas. 23 green. 604, 113. So the very cool Pontiac here, the Michelob Ultra Lane and the LAT Racing Oils team car, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Making our way down to, by the way, back of the lanes are going to close at 11:45. Back of the lanes will close at 11:45. Double 08 red far side, 017 green over here in the Pontiac, 479, 140. Pontiac is 563, 122. Pearson Demings far side. You can open up a car lot down there with all the Demings cars, I'm just saying. Pearson is 003 green. Goes 645, 104. 632, 106. Michelob Ultra Lane. Henry Roberson. So one of them big-time hitters is Henry. He's pretty good, you know. That's the Mustang for Team Bodie Racing. Jay Bodie in the house? Nah. Henry and the Mustang, 10 on the tree, 28 on the tree in the Nova. Nova 642, 106. Henry 725, 94 miles an hour. Is Elliot Franco Sr. and Dave Edwards, the very cool 5.7 Chevrolet for the Brown and Browning trucking team in from Washington. I dig that car. Just let it sit there. That's all you need to do. Elliot backing up in the dragster, far side. Dave rolls in, lights both lights there in the 5-7. Waiting on Elliott. Senior comes up over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Elliott's 0-10 red, 494, 137. Dave Edwards, 536, 136 in the 57 Chevrolet is Kyle Raposo. Coming back in his dragster. .471, 145. Kyle Raposo as the Camaro rolls up. Little bit of cleanup here. The Michelob Ultra lane. Don't spill that beer. By the way, while it's quiet, a little bit of cleanup going here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Quick reminder, back of the lanes close at 11:45, and I mean that's the orange cones are going up at 11:45. The back of the lanes will close for this session of Test and Tune. If you have not got a run in, man, you must have been a late arriver. But serious biz, back of the lanes at 11:45 will close. We're going to start running at 12 noon. Run for the money on Hughes Performance Thursday. So the dragster comes up over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. The Camaro here, the Michelob Ultra lane. .006 green dragster, 001 red Camaro. Dragster's 464, 147. Camaro 598.6, 117 is RJ Simrock. So RJ going to take a single run here. Greg Dreher and Michelle going to come up in the next pair. That's two, you know. $47 on the tree for the chassis builder out of San Diego area, and $490,140 A lot of 4s and a lot of 9s and a lot of 0s up there. To sneak into 1 there is Greg Dreher, Michelle Watts. Michelle, that's Aunt Michelle, by the way. The Watts Racing Dragster in from Washington, and Greg Dreher for Airflow Research Cylinder Heads, Mataza Racing, former Division 7 champion, is Greg in that wheel-standard vet. Greg carries them front wheels so nice. 555, 1, 2, 3. And now Michelle will come up and take. No, they're going to push her up. By the way, perfect reaction time, Greg Dreher. So Michelle's ride lost fire out on the starting line there, and by the way, again, a quick reminder, about 15 minutes from now, about 10 minutes from now, back of the lanes will close. Back of the lanes will close at 11:45. Michelle going to take a single run. Got it relit. Five. 540, 126, Michelle. David Demings, Sasha Hofer. This will be fun to watch. Sasha over there far side, David over here. Well, battle of the reaction times goes to David at 35 on the tree, 629, 107. Sasha's 728, 92 miles an hour. Kelly Davis, the Pizzazz Racing Mustang. Kel and PJ, the S10 truck. Oh, get your S10s. S10s everywhere. Everybody wants an S10. Kelly's 25 on the tree in the Mustang. S10's 33 on the tree down there top end. Kelly, 750 out of the throttle at 80 miles an hour. Pickup truck goes 748, 92 miles an hour. And PJ down there kind of taking a look and going, whoops, huh? Where'd that 80 mile an hour come from? John Baker Mustang. Another S10. S10s, S10s. They're everywhere. They're like Vegas. .013 John Baker, Mustang. .022 the truck. Truck 610, 110. Baker's 685 in the Mustang. 101 is Marco Parabolaris. Rich Llewellyn. Rich roll up here, the Yucca Valley-based Nova. That Michelob Ultra, I guess I don't have to tell you which. You know what Nova and what a dragster is. So Marco's over there in the dragster. Rich over here in the Nova. Marco 010, Rich 047 red. Marco's 453, 154. Rich is 647, 105. And I'm going to slide out of here. Jay Kasem's going to pick up that other microphone, and I don't think he's ever slid anywhere.
Well, I have occasionally, but it's only on ice. License pass coming up here. Also, by the way, guys, it is getting real close to the back of the staging lanes closing. I would suggest that you get there. Oh, now's a good time. Otherwise, the back of staging lanes will close. And then we're going to get into the used performance. And there's going to be a shootout eventually. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a run for the money in both Pro and Super Pro. They'll end up taking the top 8 qualifiers. The top 8 qualifiers, best package, top 8 qualifiers, will then get together and run off. And Pro and Super Pro both, somebody's going out of here, $2,000, both different categories. So $4,000, the used performance run for the money Thursday. So there's always a little good something going on, no doubt about it. Lots of stuff. Pay attention as we'll tell you more about it as we go on throughout the day. Like I said, license pass out here right now, running down the track. And again, all right, here we go. Next pair coming your way. Again, we are in open testing, but that is only for a matter of seconds as the back of the staging lanes will close at exactly 11:45. The back of the staging lanes will close. There will be more test and tune later on today, but we're going to get everybody out here for the run for the money. During the shootout, there will be more test and tune running as we will give the run for the money contestants that continue to stay in. We'll give them a little bit more time to get cool, get back, and get ready for their next round. It's going to get serious somewhere along the line because somebody is going to take that used performance money and stuff $2,000 in their pocket. Well, actually, 2 different people are going to do that. Rick Reynolds goes red. I believe that Jeremy Wilson in the S10. The S10 goes a nice 669 at 110 miles an hour. Big, and I mean big, Ford goes 562 at 122 miles an hour. Oh, 01 light over there in the 3-way Chevrolet line. The bright green little, vet. He calls it that. I'm good with that. 562 at 121 miles an hour for the Chevette. 576, 121 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Big burnout coming out of that little Firebird. As we are continuing with open testing, and I'll tell you, somebody's taking advantage of this open testing. It's that car number 88 out there in the 3-way Chevrolet line. I'm saying he's probably on pass 15, 18. So, obviously, the car able to do just basically round robins, and we're more than happy to let him do it. Wheels up launch for the Firebird, and how about a 010 light, red light for the late model Mopar. 697 at 97 miles an hour, 853 at 84 miles an hour for the Mopar. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 3 minutes, the back of the staging lanes close. If you got here late, guys, right now or never, well, I shouldn't say for never, but at least for a little while, is we'll shut the lanes down, run them out, and then prepare for everybody's qualifying passes in the used performance run for the money. And I hear it's going to start with pro. So pro guys, be ready for that call. And if for any reason you don't know whether you are or not qualified to be in the run for the money, make sure that you check with one of the officials. And basically what they're going to tell you is if you've signed up for the test and tune and you've signed up for a weekend pass, you are qualified. But if for any reason that you're going one day at a time, this would be a good reason to maybe go ahead and get that weekend pass. Daniel Fiello out with a near perfect 013 light, goes 577 at 117 miles an hour. Over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 509 at 133 miles an hour. Red light's a pair. Porsche goes 677, 108. Little Nova, 660 at 102. That Porsche is very, very, did I say very fast? In the dragster, Jake Cameron doing the driving. Mr. Kreider, he's made a few passes today. He was first pair out, and now he's probably trying to figure out how to get down the track. And with that 1 minute left before the back of the staging lanes close. Nope, sorry. Attention to the pits. Back of staging lanes are closed. So hang at your place until you hear your category called. We are going to start Run for the Money with Pro and then go to Super Pro. But please wait to be called as we are going to run the lanes out. Jeff Kreider driving the Vega wagon. Another perfect light. That makes number 5. And pretty quick little pass there. 504 at 137. So that's now 5 cars that have put up perfect light. And the dragsters have taken the lead now. With dragsters 3 perfects, door cars 2 perfects. 142, not quite sure what happened there. Mr. Kreider normally does a little better job than that, but maybe he's experimenting. 751 at 94 miles an hour as he runs on through there. Chris Browning out of Port Angeles, 63 Corvette goes a real nice 536, 126, and then starting out with a nice 01 light. How about you over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane? 650 at 105 miles an hour. Dragster versus door car. And this door car, Jonathan Fiello doing the driving. 71 Nova with 540 cubic inches of romping, stomping big block. I don't think it's an LS swap. Just joking. 005 for Jonathan Fiello, and then a 557 123. Dragster flying through the other end. Almost touched 150 miles an hour as he goes red off the line, then 463 at 149 miles an hour in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Val Torres Sr. putting the dragster up over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane against Roger Phillips driving that bright green. Somebody went down to the Mopar paint store and painted their Nova. That'd be Roger Phillips coming down from Modesto. Many-time track champion at different tracks. Not a bad way to go. And you can see why as he starts that out with an 01 light off the line. Dragster gets out way in front. Another 150-mile-an-hour dragster with a 462 at 150. Rogers Nova, 446, excuse me, at 106. What we need there is another 6. Ernie Macias coming out from Verona. Coming out from Verona? Coming up from Verona? He's coming up from Verona. Driving the bright yellow car. You see in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Robert Crum. Division 7 champ in that 63 Nova. Oh, red by 1/1000th of a second. He's trying to get the door cars tied up with the dragsters in the number of perfects, and that's as close as you can get without being it. Nice 02 light. Starting off at 02, then goes up 5, 22 at 130 miles an hour in a three-way Chevrolet. Robert runs through with a 664 at 103.6. Good-looking Camaro getting an opportunity to make a single pass here. Like I said, we're currently running out the lanes. The back of the lanes are closed. Please wait for us to call your categories, as we will call you guys as you are ready for your first round, well, your qualifying round for the Run for the Money shootout, brought to you by Used Performance. Cal Gordon making a single run in the 1980 Mustang. He's from the megatropolis of Hesperia. Cal Gordon, Mustang, leaves with a one light, runs through the other end, goes 629 to 108. Hubert Pierce out of Hemet over in the three-way Chevrolet line. They call him Haas Watts. Bringing the dragster up in the Michelob Ultra lane. .008 light for Haas, and he's hauling the mail. 488, 140 miles an hour. Pierce runs through with an 814 at 84.4. Got just a couple of seconds here while we take a look at the track real quick. Dragster coming around, making it, I believe, its first pass alongside the Firebird, C.W. Hofer. 87 Firebird. Good-looking machine. It's won a round or two here and there, I'd say. All right, everybody taking a little bit of time here, getting in. .007 for CW. 047 for the Dragster. Dragster getting there first at 462 at 146 miles an hour. CW runs through with a 733 at 92 miles an hour. Robert Begley out of Oakdale, driving the Yoda machine. I'm pretty sure that looks like Yoda with a lightsaber on the quarter panel, alongside Mark Barnhart driving the Dragster. So what might be the only 74 Vega ever seen in competition, just kidding, small block powered Vega alongside what looks to be a rather large block Dragster. Mark Barnhart gets out first with an 01 light, 04 for Robert Begley. Dragster, there's a quick one, 457 at 151 miles an hour. Vega, nice job, runs through there, 762 at 91 miles an hour. Door car versus Dragster. Dragster, not quite sure. Looked like he left off the top bulb, but hung around for a little while. 009 for the door car. There's somebody else that came a long way, decided to make some money. 621 at 110 miles an hour. Dragster runs through with a 467 at 147. Larry's big old 55 Chevy. Larry out first with a beautiful 006 light. 55 Chevy goes 667, 102 over into three-way Chevrolet lane. 648 at 105 miles an hour for the S10. Scott Miller bringing the drop-top Corvette. First one ever seen. Mike told me so. He's out here today just fooling around, knocking down the tree and seeing where he's going to end up, bringing it all the way out from Division 5. Danny Valdez out from Bakersfield. That's not really a long trip. Danny goes red. Corvette out in front. 06 light goes 526 at 131 miles an hour. Danny runs through with a 662 at 1049. Pony cars a pair? Okay. Mustang alongside the Camaro. Real good looking Camaro. Linda Valdez doing the driving on that car. Lights almost identical, just a few thou apart. Linda goes through with a 661 at 104 miles an hour. Over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, a 627 at 108. Good-looking 67 Nova lining up here in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Alan Volvo. Alan making the trip over from Prescott. Goes red by a bunch. And 04, a real nice light. Nova runs through with a 749 at 91 miles an hour. Allen runs through 614 at 113.3. Kim Nelson driving a 2018 911S Turbo. 3.8 liters of serious power. It is incredible what this car runs. Alongside, I'm going to say, nope, different Oldsmobile. There's more than one out here now. 009 Light goes 660 at 102 miles an hour. That's the three-way Chevrolet. Kim goes through 625 at 115 miles an hour. Eric Schmidt driving the Vega alongside Bruno Casella out of Yorba Linda. Eric near perfect off the tree, 006, and then goes 610, 112. Bruno runs through with a 753 at 95 miles an hour. Don Sefton over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Got dragsters a pair. Tree's on its way down. 01 red in the three-way Chevrolet line. That car's moving. 466, 148. 475, 143 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Dragsters a pair. Everybody going fast. While we got a couple seconds, I want to remind everybody that the next time you get called will be to the lanes for your qualifying pass for the Used Performance Run for the Money. So please make sure that you listen for your call, as I understand that we will be calling Pro first. This is not your call. This is just to remind you that it's going to happen shortly. While we do a little track checkup and everything, I want to remind everybody of a lot of the good stuff that's going on. If you are wondering whether you are qualified to run in the Run for the Money, what you need to do is have, obviously, a pass for today as well as the weekend pass. And if that's the case, if you've paid for your test and tune and you paid for the full weekend, then you are qualified to run. And, of course, whether your category is Pro or Super Pro, it's split out. And Used Performance is going to put $2,000 in the hands of the winner in Pro and $2,000 in the winner of the hands of the Super Pro. Or it might just stick it right in your pocket. But either way, somebody's going to have a fat wallet on their way out of here tonight. By the way, as you get handed the money, you will be followed home, or back to the restaurant anyway, by Mike English. So if you swing on by the Dog Pound right now, walk in the door and say, "Give me that Mike English special." Ask for the one that's you. Just be careful because it's a lot of food and it's very tasty. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is the first call for Pro lanes 3 and 4. Pro lanes 3 and 4. This is your call for your qualifying shot for the run for the money. Brought to you by Used Performance. And we are back to finishing out. There's a few cars left in the lanes here, but Pro, you guys should be making your way to lanes 3 and 4. Pro, anybody who's qualified for the run for the money, this is your qualifier to see if you're going to make the 8-car shootout. One thing I want to tell you guys is in Super Pro, you got to hit your side of the tree. So please keep in mind that the tree will not be set up for crosstalk. Little Vega goes red by just 2 thousandths. Dragster goes green by just 9 thousandths. 443 at 157 for the Dragster. Vega, 603 at 113 miles an hour. That is real fast. A lot of really, really, really neat door cars here. Wow. 001 light for the door car. 006 red light for the Dragster. Dragster runs up 448 at 155. That's got to be close to top speed so far that we've seen this weekend. Can we call Thursday a weekend? All right. 548 at 128 miles an hour. Starting that out with a 001 light for the door car in the three-way Chevrolet lane. All right, Dragster's a pair coming to the line. Track is working really good today, guys. Everybody's got to be happy with the way that's working. 003, unfortunately, red. Then goes 464, 147. That's the three-way Chevrolet side. Michelob Ultra side, 471 at 145. A couple of pretty equally matched machines there. Dennis Paz bringing the 65 El Camino up. Wes Anderson. Dennis goes 004 off the line. Wes goes 04 off the line. Wes gets there first with a 540 at 125 miles an hour, and Dennis runs right through behind him at a 665 at 100 miles an hour for that 65 El Camino. Del Taro's driving that front motor dragster. Paul Dowdy out of Centerville, Utah. Oh, man, Paul goes red by 3 thou. Dale goes out 0-2. Front motor dragster runs nice. How about you 530, 127. 476 at 143 miles an hour for Paul Dowdy's dragster, as he starts that out with a 3 thou off a perfect. Unfortunately on the red side. That doesn't help. Kyoki Dessa coming to the line in that big, long dragster. Lat Racing Oil is sponsor on that car. 011. They're probably putting their money in the right place. Nice pass. It goes 443 at 155 miles an hour. Larry runs through in that 95 Daytona at a 571 at 117. Doing a little quick track cleanup. Pro, run for the money. You have been called. Pro, run for the money. You have been called. Eric Waller out of Lockford, California. I have no idea where that is, and it could be blocks down the street. All the like I said, Eric just explained exactly where it is, and I still don't know where it is. 612 at 111 miles an hour for Eric. Sasha runs through with a 7:27 at 92 miles an hour. Starting that out, these lights were a thou apart, 027 to 026. That is how close this racing is. We have decided we can't decide what that car is. It looks a little bit like a Mustang from the back. It looks like a Dodge Colt from the front. And I'm not sure. It could have been a Cadillac Alante down the sides. But either way, the drop top, she's lined up over there in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Jeff Boussard. 03 light for Jeff. Michelob Ultra lane goes through with a 574 at 118 miles an hour. Jeff runs through with a 596 at 116. Kevin McClellan, this is his first pass of the day. Makes that worth his while as he goes 0-1-1 off the tree. It's like, yeah, I don't really need a lot of these passes. I'll just take one. 523, 132 miles an hour. So Kevin, you'll probably see him back here in just a couple minutes. Says, Pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Gonna take a couple seconds to check everything out, and then we're gonna go. Oh, Raposa's dragster goes right up in smoke right off the line. Not quite sure what's going on there. He lifted, and he's going on about his business. Looks like Andrew Manning coming to the line in the Suzuki Hayabusa. Pro, run for the money qualifying round. Pro, run for the money qualifying round. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro, run for the money qualifying round. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Hayabusa up on the chip. Runs through the 8th with a 5:55, 125. Coasting down through the other end there. For those of you who don't speak Japanese, I'll be more than happy to translate for you. Hayabusa means that thing is really fast. License pass coming up, and while we're doing that, I want to tell pro drivers, your run for the money qualifier is coming out in a matter of seconds. So please be ready to go. If you are in the pits, pro drivers, you need to be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro drivers, you need to be in lanes 3 and 4. Don Sefton, come to the tower, please. Don Sefton, when you get a chance, come to the tower, please. Hey, we're going to do a little bit of track prep right before we get into the used performance. Thursday run for the money. So if you are in pro and qualified for the run for the money, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 right away, because in just a matter of seconds, we're going to be pulling you guys out. We're going to run the tractor a little bit, give you the best possible track we can. We can tell by the amount of broken driveline parts that I think we've done that. Hey, a couple quick reminders while I get a chance. One of them has to do with oil disposal. We have oil disposal located on the track. Whatever you do, please do not put any waste oil in a trash can. Well, for that matter, even if it's brand new oil, don't put it in a trash can. And as Mike made it really clear, yes, we've had oil disposal on the track, but so far only once so far today. We have oil disposal facilities at the track. out by the main gate. If you've got a question, find one of the officials and say, where do I put this? Please do not put it in the trash can. Also, another quick reminder is, drivers, if you are unsure of your vehicle being able to make it to the end of the track, pull over to the side as quickly as you can. Do not run into the wall, but get as close as you can to it. Please pull out of the groove and park. We will be more than happy to come out and get you if your car won't go any farther. We're not going to leave you out there. Promise. We are not going to leave you out there. So please don't see. This is not like the world's strongest car trick and whoever gets the farthest wins. Nope. Stop and we'll come get you. Because if we got to stop to clean up a stripe today, there's going to be about 200 or so racers that are going to be a little bit upset with you. So please do not try to get your car down to the end of the track if you think it's broken. Pull over as quick and as close to the side as possible. Get out of the groove as quickly as possible without hurting yourself. And then bring it to a stop as quickly and safely possible. And then at that point, we'll send somebody out there on a quad, and hopefully they don't run over you. Well, the pro cars are lined up all the way around the end, so obviously there's a lot of guys vying for 8 spots. So if you are in pro and you are set up to get in the run for the money, please make sure that you are in the lanes. We're doing just a quick little rub on the track, and then we're going to get right back into racing. This one's going to count, guys. Somebody, by the end of the day, is going to put $2,000 in their pocket. It could just as easily be you. For those of you that aren't familiar with Mike English's wisdom, I'm going to give a little to you. He just said if you cut a perfect light and then run dead on, so this is 0, 0, 0, and then run dead on, 0, 0, 0, he says you're going to be in the show. You're going to make it. Now, you know, this is a guy with 77 years of bracket racing experience. I mean, 71 years of bracket racing experience, excuse me. Hey, I was being unfair to Mike. He probably really didn't go down the track first time until about 60 years ago. So again, final call pro, run for the money. Now keep in mind, during the course of this event, later on we will be calling people back to the lanes to continue with open testing. But at the moment, the only folks that have been called are the people that are qualified to run in the Run for the Money contest, brought to you by Used Performance, and only in the pro category. And then we will call Super Pro. So Super Pro, stand by. That probably isn't going to be too terribly far from now before we call you. Also, keep in mind, check your dial-in. If you stage your car with the wrong dial-in, that's your dial-in. Also, the right side is where we need to see the dial in. Anyway, so your number, and if you're in a situation where there's dual entries and so forth, make sure that the correct number for the correct person is on the car at the time it goes down the track. Well, I'll tell you what, all the figuring and thinking's all been done for you. Now all we got to do is just find out who the top 8 guys are going to be, or gals. So check this out. The first pair coming out, they're dialed heads up. Don Calvo driving the 67 Camaro, 630's the dial. Remember what Mike English told you. This is wisdom that you've been imparted. You need to go 3 zeros, perfect off the line, 3 zeros to your dial in. He goes, and you're going to get in the field. That's what he says. I'm believing him. Peter Chiblas, he's out of Ridgecrest. First guy to put on a win light's John Calvo. He's currently your number 1 qualifier, but I'll tell you, he has left a little room for you. So again, Pro, you guys should be suited. You're coming out now. Pro, you should be suited. You're coming out now. Next pair, Steve Kelly. Steve Kelly, a big wheels up. He's the only green light of the 2. Robert Bagley goes red, and then Steve goes under. Both guys go under, so needless to say, we're not going to be seeing them. Next pair coming your way is Tracy Perez, and Tracy is alongside Rick Reynolds. Tracy out of Valley Center. Rick Reynolds driving the 66 Fairlane. He 526 cubic inches of big Ford under the hood. Got tired of that 100-inch wheelbase car and decided, I need something just a little bit longer. Tracy goes red by 2 thou. Rick Reynolds puts the green light on and goes a 55 on a 54. So that's going to come down to reaction time on where he's going to fall in. Jody George off the line with a nice 0-2 light, goes 704 at 95 miles an hour against that 701. Jeff Kreider, 714 dial, goes 719, but starts that out with a red light, so that isn't going to help. Ed Nyquist out of Lake Havasu, driving 05 Cavalier. That Cavalier runs. Jonathan Knowles sideways off the line in that stick shift Challenger. Has to back him on down. 551 on a or 552 on a 551 with an 01 light. Ed's going to move towards the top of the pack. If not, he has grabbed the top of the pack right now. So right now you need 02 to get under Ed. Daniel Fiello driving the 96 Achieva alongside Jeff LaSalle, the 67 Dodge RT. I wonder if they just called them RTs and didn't call them Coronets in those days. I'm not quite sure. Definitely big Mopar, though. Mike says they were called Rapid Transit, and then he called them something else. But, oh, baby. Jeff LaSalle taking off big time off the line. How close does he get? He is a 46 on a 44 with a near perfect light. That's going to move him up. Jeff LaSalle currently holds the number 2 spot. Next pair coming your way, Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona. The 88 Camaro lined up over in the three-way Chevrolet sign alongside Brell Renke. Brell driving a 72 Ford Maverick. Yes, there are a few of those still out there, and this one's actually sits down over the tires real nice. 593, it obviously runs pretty strong too. Tim Moore. Tim out with an 03 light, then runs a 97, a little too far over. 97 on a 93 for Brell. Tim did fall into the top spot, but guys, I guarantee you that, well, I'm not going to guarantee, but I'll come as close as I can, saying that probably an 06 isn't going to get in this field. No. Curtis bringing out the 69 Roadrunner. Good-looking machine right there alongside Jonathan Thiello. Jonathan's 71 Nova. This is a guy I expect to see get in the field. I'd be quite surprised if he doesn't. Oh, and he goes red by 4th thou. Oh, well. Yikes. That would be the old announcer jinx. Dead on with a 5 for Curtis Zelia. I'm sure I messed that up, Curtis. Sorry. And he rolls... Yeah, Curtis rolls into the 3rd spot there as an 034. Alan Brown. Alan driving the 34 Ford Coupe. Made Ford tough with Chevy stuff. 475 cubic inches of big Chev. Herc Ursi out of Modesto, the 65 Nova. You got to love this car. Both these drivers off the line with double O's and a triple O. And then an 80 with a 7 on a 76 and a 60 with a 7. So I'm thinking Herc's going to move his way to the top of the field there. So Mike English's best appearing machine here has just grabbed the number 1 spot. Herc starts it out with a perfect light and then a 7th thou pack. Chris Johnson. Matt Fritz coming to the line over here in the Michelob Ultra side. 642 the dial on that machine. Chris Johnson out of Lancaster driving the 72 Duster. Six flat. I'm telling you, that's an interesting dial. And you know, you get ready to race somebody, you see 6 flat on the window. You just don't know whether they're telling the truth or not. This one will flat go. And, oh, he goes under as he goes 597. Too quick, 646 on a 642. And Nope, that doesn't put anybody in the top 8. Right now, you need no 7 or better to get in the top 8. Vic Hudson out of Bakersfield, driving the 69 Valiant. Says he's got 426 inches of Plymouth power under the hood, alongside C.W. Hofer. C.W. 733 alongside Vic Hudson's 623. Nice lights both sides. Both these drivers are in contention so far. 634 and a 633 with an 015 light. And Vic Hudson runs a 24 with a 0 on a 23. And both of those drivers make their way into the field, as right now the cutoff is an 055. As a matter of fact, there's a pair of 055s out there. Robert Crum, the 63 Nova, 406-inch small block, alongside Henry Robertson, Henry Team Brody. Robert gets off with a 009, then goes under by just 7 thou. Henry goes under by 6 thou. Oh, excuse me, 16 thou. That's not going to help either driver. Kevin bringing the supercharged Camaro to the line. 70 Camaro dialed in at a 579 alongside Pedro Valadez. Pedro, 698 to dial in on that Firebird. Yeah, I know. I'm a Pontiac guy, and I just about called a Firebird a Camaro. They will throw you out of the Pontiac Club for life. Little bit of quick mop up, and it's like time to let them rip. Pro, you guys should be suited up towards the back of the lanes. This is moving pretty fast. Kevin, 579 on the Camaro. Pedro with a 698 on the Firebird. Again, drivers, I want to remind you, look down track, take a look, and make sure on the scoreboard is your numbers before you stage. Because if they aren't your numbers, they are your numbers once you stage. Nice lights a pair, and both these drivers know how to hit that number. Kevin out in front, he goes a 582 on a 79, so right after I tell him he can hit the number, he doesn't. 99 on a 98 with a 006 light, and that puts Pedro in the number 3 spot. So Kevin makes the top of the field with that 053, but keep in mind, directly underneath him in the 7th spot is Curtis with an 034. So it's going to start tightening up in a hurry. And Herc still holding on to the number 1 spot there with a 007. Remember, the top 8 qualifiers will go on to a pro-style ladder, and they will run it out. Oh, baby, going red does not help. Everybody must go red. Both guys going red, unfortunately, and after that, it doesn't make much difference what happens. So Kevin still hanging on to that number 8 spot by the skin of his teeth, but I just think there's just way too many cars left in line. Next pair coming your way. Linda Valdez driving that 67 Camaro, and that is one of the cleaner cars out here. It is a beauty. Junior Stanley, the 62 Falcon. Both these drivers local to the area. They've made a few passes. Oh, baby, everybody's red again. Man, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I agree. You got to get real close or you're not going to get it. But you got to be real close on the green side. Frank Miranda, sponsored by West Coast Torque Converters, running the used performance. Run for the money Thursday shootout. Oh, baby, everybody red again. I think there's a lot of folks getting kind of anxious once they hear that you've got to get the number 1 spot, you got to beat a 007. Here, everybody's starting to get a little tough. But right now, of course, you're still in with an 053. Jeff Martin out of La Mesa, 74 Datsun. David Meyer coming up in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. 609 the dial in there against the 627 dial in for Jeff Martin. So, okay, finally somebody let the nerves not get to him with a nice 01 light. 06 for Jeff Martin. Runs down the other end with a 610, and that is going to make the field easily. David Meyer bumps everybody. So right now, an 034 is the number 8 spot to qualify, and a 007 is to qualify, 007 or better to qualify first. Chris Pedersen, 63 Falcon. Jessica Null just hit a 006 light off the line and runs a 58 on a 55. That's unfortunate. Running off the number just a touch too far. Anyway, and he gave it a run, but unfortunately he is not making the field because right now you need an 034 to stay in there. Kelly Davis, Kelly alongside Stephanie Paz, two ladies that have been out here racing for a while. Stephanie off the line with a green light, Kelly with a red light. Stephanie runs a 10 with a 6 on a 10. And that, ooh, man, look at that. Second person to the 034. Stephanie's in 9th spot. Kim, that is just an amazingly fast Porsche. 629, 113 miles an hour, not going to make it. And John Baker goes under by 5 thou, and he's not going to make it either. John Victorino driving the S10, 98 S10 powered by a Kid Performance 355. Imagine that. Green light's a pair. Unfortunately, both of them break out at the other end. Hubert Pierce driving the 85 Camaro, 812 the dial, alongside 669 the dial in for Rob Strong and his Firebird. Taking his time getting in there. Rob Strong bringing it in. Right now, guys, it takes a tight little package just to get in the field right now. You need an 033, and that puts you in the last spot. Well, we got a player with a 001 off the tree and a 14 on a 12, and Hubert Pierce makes the field with the 024 light. Rob Strong puts himself in 12th spot. So right now, the break is an 033 to get in. Shelby Williams driving the 67 Camaro. Shelby 383 stroker under the hood alongside Larry Warren. Larry out of Tehachapi. That's Mike's favorite city to drive through. Driving the great big 210. Not at a Bel Air, it's a 210. Oh, man. Well, you need a 02 something light probably to get in the field. Let me just say nobody did. 662 on a 660, or 666 with a 2 on a 666. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Listen carefully to this announcement. Super Pro door cars only. Door cars only in Super Pro. You guys come to the lanes right now. You'll be in lanes 5 and 6. Excuse me, 7 and 8. Belay the 5 and 6. It's 7 and 8. Come to 7 and 8 door cars. '89 on an 89, but didn't give himself enough room on the tree. And Randy's going to move along. Colin Poist from Joshua Tree. No chance. Robert Phillips out of Modesto, 646 to dial in on that bright green Nova. Alongside Jeremy Wilson from Grand Junction, Colorado, driving the 02 S10 pickup truck. Pretty strong runner with a 580 dial in for him. Roger goes red. Jeremy goes 77 on an 80. 677 on an 80 as something falling way off there. Brandon Umberger out of Grand Junction, Colorado as well, driving the bright green 77 Chevette. 498 cubic inches of rump and stomp and big block. 563 the dial in. 858 for Louie. Louie driving the, I'm going to say, I know it's a 300, but I'm just going to guess 10 or 11 maybe. It's a 13, and it's an SRT. Brandon goes red. Louis goes 05. Brandon runs through the other end, 65 with a 0 and a 63. So keep in mind, guys, right now it takes a 032 package to get in. And if you're CW Hofer, you know where that 032 came from. It's yours. So he's currently in the 7th spot, so you need to be 032 or better to get in the field. And Herc's 007 is still holding the spot. Dennis Paz bringing his 65 El Camino up here. I think he's somebody who could possibly grab one of those top 8 spots. Sasha Hofer, 728 to dial in on that 91 Firebird. Okay, we got 2 players here. Both of them nice lights. 0-2 for Dennis, 0-1 for Sasha. Runs to the other end. Oh! Sasha goes under by 0.04 of a second. And Dennis, 0-2-8 would have got him in there, but he would have needed to run dead on. So both of these players are not going to make the field. Jeff Gioni out of, man, I can't even pronounce the city you're from, man. But there's way too many vowels in the name of that city for me to get it right. Dave Deming coming down from Idaho. The Kid Performance 74 Vega, 408 cubic inches. What Vega? Wait a minute. It isn't a Vega. It's, it looks like a wheel stand in Nova is what it looks like to me. Oh, 4.6, no help there. Jeff's 4s, no chance there. And David runs it out. I mean, at least if you're gonna get it, you might as well make sure you get your time shot there out of it. Alan Volvo bringing up the 72 Chevelle. Tony Marconi, we have finally figured it out. It is a 76 Aero that has had the roof shaved off of it very carefully. And then a spoiler put on it. There was no chance in the world we were going to figure that thing out. And check this out. 574 the dial-in for the drop top 76 Aero with a 440 cubic inch Plymouth under the hood. 632. Oh, baby. We got 2 players here as well. 009 for Allen, and he's looking for 614. Oh, it goes way too quick. 74 with a 1 on a 25, and that's going to put him in the top. Matter of fact, it moves him to number 6, and that puts CW on the bubble with an 032. And there aren't a lot of cars left. It's going to get pretty interesting here in just a second. Super Pro Door Cars, this is your second call. Super Pro Door Cars, this is your second call. You should be making your way to the lanes, guys, as you will be coming out very shortly. Craig 644 is what he's looking for, and 012 is going to, oh man, goes 5 over the number on his way down the track. That is a shame because he started that out with a real nice 01 light. Here's Cliff Hall, the 64 Falcon. This thing's got a little bitty teeny weeny motor in it, only 520 cubic inches. How's a person to live? 656. .036 is not going to get it done for Cliff, as right now you got to get off the line with an 026 and then be perfect to get in the field. Jeff Jones, 04 off the tree. Jeff, we're down to that point where we pretty well know what it's going to take off the line to make it, and that doesn't. And even though he runs a 96 on a 94, both halves of that, we're probably not going to get you the money. Dave's very nice looking 67 Nova. Oh, baby, 007 on the wrong side of the light. 007 red, he's going to run it out. And, of course, nope, I thought for sure he was going to run a 33 because whenever you go red, you always run perfect.
So your field is?
Our field is Herc Ursi, number 1 with a 007. Vic Hudson, Pedro Valadez, David Meyer, Hubert Pierce, Tony Marconi, Ed Niket, and CW. Baby, you made it. 0-3-2. You moved Jeff LaSalle out of the spot by 1. Okay, we are going to have to make the field official. Whatever noise comes out of my face is unofficial until the official list is printed. David Meyer, please come to the tower. Dave Meyer, please come to the tower. Mike, do you think they're all sold out of the Mike English specials down there?
Not a chance.
He says not a chance. So that means you go on down to the dog pound, you say, I need the Mike English special, and they're going to hand you more food, and you can thank Mike as you are sitting there stuffing your face on the leftovers from the third day because there's so much food. Only Mike English could finish it off in one sitting. And there's proof. There's photographic proof that he's done it. Again, if you are a Super Pro door car, guys towards the front of the lanes, you should be suited up as we are just about ready to pull you out. Yeah. And in the meantime, I'm going to give you your friend and mine. He said, put it down. I'll put it down. Mike English, why don't you tell us all about what's going to happen next?
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it very much. We're going to do the same thing again. It's going to be Super Pro door cards. It's very simple. Perfect light, dead on zero. You're going to be part of the 8-car field. If you don't, well, you might still be paid to the 8-car field, but if you're not number 9, it sucks to be you. And again, that quick reminder, it is a right side track. Dial-in needs to be on the right side of your car. So we've fired Mark Dawson and put Eric Arnett in there. And Eric Arnett really gets to be a little whiny baby, so make sure you have the dial in on the right side of the track, right side of your car, so Eric can see it so he doesn't go, I can't see the dial, it's in there. See, I'm making fun of him, so he's whining. So Super Pro Door Car, run for the money. 8 best packages. Race for $2,000 on Hughes Performance Thursday. Linda Valdez, she'll be far side in that show quality 67 Camaro at 661. Tim Wirtz in from Idaho. The Corvette, a drop top 63 Corvette. 510 for Wirtz. As I said, perfect reaction time, dead on zero. You can be a superstar. Hey, Hertz Ursay was 007 package. So just interest in fair reporting. Hang on here. We're going to do this first pair. Linda left. Tim right. Linda eliminated herself with a red light start. Tim is 30 on the tree and 2 over 512 with a 3. I say it's going to take a 20 thou pack or better to get in. Jay Kasem says it's going to take a 7 thou pack or better to get in. Jay, I think you're dreaming. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Dragsters run for the money, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters run for the money, 5 and 6. Ernie Macias down from San Diego, Ramona, and Jim Sheldon. Jim Sheldon eliminates himself with a 001 red. Ernie goes 23 on the tree, dead on 6. Ernie Macias, leader in the clubhouse right now, dead on 6, 23 light for a 29 thou pack. I'm going to go out on a limb here and tell you that's not going to make the 8-car field. I'm just saying. Danny Valdez, Michelle Lewis. Michelle over there, the Nova out of Washington, 544. Danny over here at 660. So Ernie, a 29 thou pack. Super Pro Dragsters, need you to lanes 5 and 6, run for the money. Super Pro Dragsters, 5 and 6, run for the money. Couple of Novas. That one over there for Michelle, that baby flies. Michelle's 47 on the tree, 537, too quick. Danny Valdez also too quick at 659. It's Enrique Marquez and Gabriel Hernandez. Gabe Farside in from Mexico, 607. Gabriel Farside. Enrique also in from Mexico. The LS-powered Mustang at 615. Ernie's 29 thou package leading the way. Remember, the 8 best packages run for $2,000. Enrique right, Gabe left. .007 right, 013 left. Down there, top end, 609, Gabriel in the pickup truck. 617, Enrique in the Mustang. They're both 2 over. Ernie with a 29, Ernie's 29th thou package goes second. Enrique, 27th thou package is leading the way. Gabriel, 36th thou. And Tim Wirtz is 4th with a 53 pack, which is not going to last, I don't think, is Vic Hudson. Mark Barnhart. Mark over here in the Vega. Vic over there in the Love Truck. Vic's at 6 flat. Mark eliminates himself with an 011. Vic, 011 red, I should say. Vic goes 67. Vic goes dead on 4, but was a 67 light. Goes to the number 5 spot with a 71 thou package for now is Brad Pierce and Curtis Cincelita. Curtis, the Roadrunner, 596. Brad Pierce, the Corvette, 601 for the heavy equipment operator. $27 thou pack, Enrique leading the way. Eighth best, run for 2 thou. 011, Curtis, perfect. Brad Pierce down there top end. Brad goes dead. Goes out by 8 thou. I'm sorry. Curtis was 1 over 597 with an 011 night. Curtis with a 21 thou pack goes to the top, and Brad Pierce was perfect and then went too quick. Is Bill Botello and Lee Schweitzer. Lee, in from Phoenix, the T-Money Racing Ford Mustang at 622, and Bill Botello, the Seas Candy Grand Am at 488 for the retired farmer in from Smith, Nevada. Bill Botello, 011 on the tree in the Grand Am. Bill down there top end, 487, too quick by 3 thou. Lee Schweitzer's 24 and a 26 on a 22. And that is not, well, that'll get you 68 thou pack. It's starting to tighten up now, I'm sorry, but that is going to drop big time. Curtis Cincelitas leading the way at 21. Stevie Williams, that's like the boss man at K&N, and David Beckwith. That's show quality Nova. Beckwith over there, 549. Stevie Williams, 563 with the K&M filters, Pontiac. Both of them with red light starts. That's like eliminations, you know what I mean? And Williams goes dead on 8, but a red light starts eliminates him. David Beckwith too quick by 3 is Eric Water and Bill Kidd. Bill Kidd in from Arizona. 642 for Bill Kidd, that primetime player, far side. Eric over here, 611 in the Veganomics Vega. Right now, Curtis, a 21 thou pack, leading the way. Perfect reaction time, Bill Kidd. Make that baby work down at the finish line. Eric goes red. Bill Kidd, a 4 thou pack, goes to the top. Bill Kidd, perfect reaction time, dead on 4. And it now takes a 71 pack to get in the 8-car field. Is Chris Johnson, Jeff Bassard. Bassard at 597, Chris Johnson at 599. Bill Kidd says, come and get you some of that. Perfect and dead on 4. .004 left, 006 right. Couple of players here down there top end. 596 too quick, Jeff Bassard. 595 too quick, Chris Johnson. Thanks for coming. Tim Kohler, Robert Butler. Butler over there, the Camaro, 557. Tim Kohler, the 86 Camaro, the fuel injection expert at 531. Vic Hudson, 71 package, sitting on the bump for the 8 best packages for now. Red light start, Robert Butler, 006, Tim Kohler, and goes 5.36.6. 006, 5.36.6, and that is going to put you number 7 with a 16-pound package, 62 package. Lee Schweitzer at 68 package is number 8. Vic Hudson just got bumped out is Richie Sullivan and Mike Ornelas. Mike in from Baja California, 648 for the pickup truck. Richie Sullivan, County Motor Parts and RJ Race Cars Roadster. Richie at 549. 014 Mike, 003 Richie. Top end, Richie goes 551, 2 over. Mike goes 650, 2 over. Richie up to the number 3 spot, Mike to the number 7 spot, and the 53 package, Tim Wirtz, is sitting on the bubble for the 8-car field. Is Tim Watts and Wes Anderson. So Wes Anderson at 540, Tim Watts at 503 in the Firebird, and it takes a 53 package to get in. 001 Tim Watts, 30 Wes Anderson. Top end, breakout Tim Watts out by 3. Wes Anderson out by a hun, and they are mathematically eliminated as DJ Homard and Pearson Denning, part of that Deming Racing team at Kid Performance. 77 Nova, 645 Pearson, 577 for Deej in the Aerospace Components Corvette. .006 DJ, 024 Pearson. DJ, 580, 3 over. Pearson, 647, 2 over. Pearson missed it, number 9. DJ with a 36 pack gets into the number 7 spot. Mike Ornelas, 39 package, sitting in that number 8 spot. Of course, Bill Kidd, 4,000 package. Come and get you some of that. Is Ricky Duchel and Stan Deming. Stan Farside, that's the Vega for Deming Motorsports, and Kid Performance at 603. Ricky in the Corvette for Brandt Racing Enterprises and Aerospace Components. Dad Rick out there, 533. Ricky. Stan is 25. Ricky's 13. Workable. 534, 1 over Ricky. 604, 1 over Stan. Ricky will be number 6. Stan, number 10 in an 8-car field. DJ Homard on the bump at 036. For now is John Baker, Rich Harrison. The Harrison Plastering Roadster, far side, 548. Rich. John Baker at 684 in the Mustang. Rich goes red and eliminates himself. Down there top end, see what the Mustang does. 31 on the tree, 687, 3 over for John Baker. Rodney Snyder, David Edwards. Rodney, that's the Scotty's Muffler, 63 Corvette at 526. Dave Edwards, that very cool 5.7 Chevrolet at 5 flat in the door car. Dave eliminates himself, red light start. Rodney, 54 on the tree. That won't work. 528 on that 26 dial. You got to have a 36 package or better to be, well, actually, you got to be 35 or better. As Gabe Hernandez and DJ Homard both have 36 packages. Gabe is 37th. He did it, is 7th. He did it first, and then DJ 8th. So a 35 package or better is Brian McCullough, Larry Giese. Larry, the Dodge Daytona, 571. Brian, 676 with the 67 Camaro. Super Pro Dragsters, run for the money. DJ and lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Dragsters, run for the money. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So Brian comes up here right side. Larry over there left side. Couple of guys out of NorCal. 571, Larry. Brian goes 005 red. Larry's 028 green. And Larry is out of the throttle and coasting 667. By the way, all remaining run for the money cars in Super Pro. Need you to the lanes, please. All remaining run for the money cars in Super Pro, whether it be dragster, drawer car, you need to get to the lanes now. Enrique Marquez out of Mexico, the Mustang, 622, the LS-powered Mustang. And Chris Browning, 63 Corvette. Chris at 533, Enrique at 622. Perfect reaction time, Chris Browning. 21 light Enrique. Chris goes a 1 over 534. Enrique goes over a 1 over 623. Chris Browning up to the number 2 spot. Bumps Enrique back down to the number 5 spot. Gabe Hernandez, a 36 package, is sitting in the number 8 spot right now. Bill Kidd, dead on for a 4th out pack. Perfect reaction time, dead on for leading the way is Andrew Manning. The motorcycle for Lucas Oil and K&N. And Jeff Jones at 555. And Dan Bain, Camaro from New Mexico, 533. Dan Bain. Andrew Manning's 12 on the tree. Dan Bain's 23. Dan Bain dead on 5. Andrew breaks out. So Dan Bain up to the number 6 spot with the 28 pack. The bump spot, Ricky Duschel at 032 is PJ Giacalone, the 5.5 Chevrolet, and Craig Marilis. 649, Craig in the Camaro. PJ for Shaver Specialty and Hot Rod Performance, 571. Craig is red. PJ eliminates himself with a 49 tree and runs 570 with a 3. Greg Dreer, Robert Crum. Wow. Robert Farside, Division 7 champ at 664. And Greg Dreer, former D7 champ at 557 in the vet. .009, Robert Crum, and out by 3. Greg Dreher out by 1, but was eliminated with an 052 light. Just think about this. Ricky Duschel sitting on the bump spot. Ricky at 032 package. That's the 8th best right now. So you got to be 31 on the tree or better. Is Elliot Franco and Tim Wirtz. 510, Tim in the Corvette. 538, Elliot in the Dragster. The 8-card field for Pro ET is set. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. So you got to be 31 on the tree to even have a chance to get in. We haven't run the dragsters yet. 005, Tim Wirtz. He's got a chance. Down there, top end, Tim Wirtz. Dead on 0. 005 goes to the number 2 spot. Tim Wirtz. And right now, Ernie Macias with that 29 thou pack is sitting number 8. Bill Kidd, 4th thou package. Tim Wirtz, 5th thou package. Is Dustin Wirtz. Be here in the Michelob Ultra Lane and Tony Fox in from Oroville. 492 Tony far side. 448 Dustin for A1 Motorsports and Oakley Motorsports over here. That Michelob Ultra Lane. Dustin goes red, eliminates himself. Tony a little tardy. So right now, Ernie Macias, 29 package to get in the quick 8 right now. He's number 8. There's Eric Reyes and Tim O'More. Tim backing up the dragster over there. Was up earlier in his Camaro. 480 for the runner out of Arizona, far side. And Eric Reyes, stick man over here. 475, Eric Reyes. So right now, to even have a chance, you got to be 28 on the tree or better. To even have a chance. You go 028, you better be dead on 0, or you're going to watch the rest of the rounds and run for the money. 21, Eric. 26, Tim. Top end. Eric is 477, 2 over. Tim is 482, 2 over, and thanks for coming. Wow. So Ernie dodges another one there with that 29 thou package. It's Michelle Watts, far side, the rear engine dragster, and Michelle not backing up. And Dale Torres. Dale, the front motor Clay Smith Cam Special at 529. Michelle at 538 and is not backed up yet. So Dale going to take a single run here. Oh, no, Michelle's, I guess, is okay. Just won't back up. $28 or better on the tree to even have a chance. Red light start, Michelle. Dale's got a chance. He's 006 off the starting line and a 1 over 530 with a 3. Dale Torres up to the number 4 spot. The bump spot now is Dan Bain, 028 package. So it's got to be 27 or better on the tree to have a shot. Of course, Bill Kidd, 4,000 package, and Tim Wirtz, 5,000 package for the top 2. Is R.J. Simrock, Butch Warner. Butch Farside, former Arizona resident, now living in Idaho, 490. And R.J. down there, San Diego area, the chassis builder, 492. Red light start RJ, 039 Butch, no chance. Both of them 1 over. RJ at a 493, Butch at a 491. Paul Dowdy, Mason Watts. Paul far side, 476. Mason over here for JD Aircraft. That's right, they do like aircraft maintenance up there, you know. 488 Mason, affectionately known as Hoss. He's a big boy. I could take him, though. $27 or better off the starting line to even have a chance. 006, Paul Dowdy. Mason was red down there top end. Paul Dowdy, 79-5, 3 over. Will not get you in there. That's 14th for Paul Dowdy. It's Steve White and Dean Bush. Dean in from Vegas, far side, 464. Steve White, former Division 7 champ, 483 in the Michelob Ultra lane. So Dan Bain at 028, sitting in that number 8 spot. .006 Dean Farside, 019 Steve White. Dean goes 464, dead on 7. That moves him to number 3. Steve White, too quick, 481. Dean Bush, 13 down package. And Enrique Marquez, 027 package is now number 8. So you got to be 26 or better to get off that starting line, even have a chance, is Jimmy Lewis. 463 far side Jimmy. And Colton Aragon out of Colorado for Crown Supply, 411 Colton. Oh, dialing was wrong. Sorry, sun was shining on it. .471 Colton. Okay. So the Colorado winner, right side at 471. Jimmy Lewis in from Washington at 463. It does not say 026 on the scoreboard off the starting line. Red light start Jimmy. Colton's got a shot at 10 on the tree. Down 471, a 4 over 475 is not going to work. Bobby Dye Jr. got mom and dad in the house, especially Fasteners team car. 463 Bobby. And Phil Narum out of Arizona. 580 Phil here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Bobby Dye's 018 on the tree. Got a chance down there. 4648. 018. Bobby Dye to the number 14 spot. Wow. So right now, 27 pack. Enrique Marquez, 027 package is number 8. Mark Barnhart, Don Sefton, Don Farside for Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. 466, and Mark Barnhart in from New Mexico at 456. And Pro ET eliminations ladder, I'll call you in a second here. You're going to come up in lane 7 and 8. Barnhart's got a shot, but he's got to be perfect. 457.9, 1 over. He's 26 on the tree. And if you were going to go 26, you had to go dead on. Don Sefton out by 1 and tardy at 064 is Nick Cobb and Marco Parabolaris. It's a pretty good little matchup here. Nick Farside, 468. Marco over here at 454. Pro ET run for the money. I need Hercursey and C.W. Hofer, David Meyer, Hubert Pierce, Vic Hudson, Ed DeQuette, Pedro Valadez, and Tony Marconi. Need you to lane 7 and 8 for round 1 to run for $2,000. I'll call those names again, but right now Marco rolls up on that 454 dial-in. Nick over there on that 468 dial-in. Nick happens to be my neighbor, by the way, if anybody cares. Sean Langdon did. He was real excited by that. 015 and 018. Two guys that got a shot here. Marco dead on 2. Nick out by 2 thou. Marco to the number 5 spot. Richie Sullivan at 024 is now in that number 8 spot. So a 23 lighter better is Gage Cameron and Kyle Raposo. Kyle be here at 462. Gage over there far side at 506. $15 left side, $16 right side, down there top end. Wow. Gage out by 4. Kyle goes a 4,700 on a 62. That will not work. Okay. So, final car for Super 4 Dokar Run for the Money, and Super Pro Dragster Run for the Money. Test and tune cars, you can come up in lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune cars, you can come up in lanes 1 and 2. As Pat Welch and Chris Stock come up now. Chris coming back here in the Michelob Ultra lane at 5 flat. Pat Welch, a Racing Welch family. 472, Pat over their far side. So Pro ET Run for the Money, Hercursey, C.W. Hofer. That's pair number 1. David Meyer, Hubert Pierce Jr. Pair number 2, Vic Hudson, Ed DeQuette. Pair number 3, Pedro Valadez and Tony Marconi. Pair number 4, Pro ET Run for the Money. Need you in lanes 7 and 8. So Chris comes up right side at 5 flat. In from Carlsbad, and Pat Welch, 472. Remember, you need to be 23 or better to even have a chance. Both of them eliminated red light starts. Both of them too quick after the red light starts. Right now, 023 package leading the way. I reverse that. Richie Sullivan with an 024 package is on the bump. So you got to be 23 on the tree to even have a shot. Is Tristan Craig out of Las Vegas, and big-time players for Southern Nevada Motorsports. 509 Tristan going to come up here in the Michelob Ultra lane. 464 far side. Test and tune cars lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune cars lanes 1 and 2. Pro ET Run for the Money, Hercursey, C.W. Hofer. You're the first pair. David Meyer, Hubert Pierce, second pair. Vic Hudson, Ed DeQuette, third pair. Pedro Valadez, Tony Marconi. The final pair, round 1, Pro ET Run for the Money on Hughes Performance Thursday for $2,000. Neither one of them has a chance. 33 on the tree far side. Tristan's 35 on the tree. Tristan out by 1. Far side out by 3. Tyler Murphy. Val Torres. Val, top trainer in the world last year. His dad over there, 463, Val Torres Sr. And Tyler Myra, Sandy, Utah, 463, both drivers. Of course, Val, that home builder over there. Tyler for Pete's Diesel. .019, Val Torres with a chance down there, top end. Val's out by 2 at 461. Tyler was 36 on the tree, mathematically eliminated, and then out by 5 Val is Keoki Dessa, far side, and KJ over here. KJ, of course, the big-time junior dragster driver for LAT Oils. KJ in the Michelob Ultra Lane at 478. Keoki, the old man for Wilkes Racing Engines and KD Racing and LAT Racing Oils. Trip 4s for Keoki, far side. KJ at 478. 23 reaction time or better to have any hope. KJ's like 21 years old now. Seemed like yesterday he was 12. Red light start, KJ. Keoki's 12 on the tree. Top end. Dead on 4 with a 4. How about that 12 thou? Keoki up to the number 5 spot. Richie Sullivan, you just got bumped out. Curtis Enzalita, an 021 package is now the bump. So as I said, 20 or better off the starting line to have a chance. 437 far side, Dustin Wirtz, 447 for the A1 Performance Oakley Motorsports team car in from Idaho. Be here in that Michelob Ultra Lane. Test and tune lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune lanes 1 and 2. 009, Dustin Wirtz with a shot here. Dustin goes out by 1 thou. 009 and 2 quick by a thou. Dustin, thanks. Red light start far side is Elliot Franco Sr. and Dynamite Dan Lafferty. Lafferty at 442 in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Elliot Franco at 495. That's Senior far side. These two guys have to be 20 or better to even have a chance. .005, Dan Lafferty with a chance down there. Dynamite Dan, a 1 over 443 with a 9. Dan Lafferty misses it by 3 hun. Curtis Enzalita, a 21 package, still sit number 8 is Savannah Kid. So Savannah's going to run 2 singles here with shots at Curtis Enzalita to get in that 8-car field. Savannah's 003. That's got a shot. See what happens down there top end. Savannah dead on 6, 9 thou package, bumps out Curtis Sicily. Dale Torres, 20, a 19 thou package, sits number 8 now with 1 car to run. Savannah was the 3rd best as Colby Fuller in from Georgia. 4-6-6 Colby. This is the final car. So see what Colby does here. Final chance. Got to be 18 or better on the tree to even have a chance to bump Dale Torres out. Final car. Red light start, and that is it. The top 8. Bill Kidd, Tim Wirtz, Savannah Kidd, Dean Bush, Chris Browning, Kioki Dessa, Marco Parabolaris, and Dale Torres are going to come back and run for $2,000. Right now, I need Pro ET Run for the Money. I need Hercursay and CW Hope for first pair. David Meyer, Hubert Pierce, second pair. Vic Hudson, Ed Nuquette, third pair. Pedro Valadez and Tony Marcotti will be the final pair. Test and tune cars, need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune cars, need you in lanes 1 and 2 as the Pro ET cars for $2,000 rolling up in the lanes.
Quick little license pass here. Again, listen up. The Pro ET. Use performance, run for the money. Top 8, you should be in the lanes. Okay, guys, the field is set in both categories. We will announce the Super Pro field in just the official announcement of the Super Pro field in just a few minutes. So, guys, be getting your car ready to go. And then also we are going to go back into test and tune. So if you got here late, anyway, or you're here and you want to make some passes, good news, you're going to be able to do it. Mike English, a lot of excitement out there in the Super Pro. Wow, man. You watch an awful lot of guys do a lot of good work out there. All right, back into test and tune real quick. Kim Nelson driving what's got to be one of the faster street cars you're going to see out here. Goes 621, 114 miles an hour in that turbo Porsche. Robert Begley from Oakdale, the 74 Vega, runs through at 760 at 91 miles an hour. This is a really good-looking little 67 Nova pulling up to the line. Bob Zahner. .005 on that streetcar Camaro. Bob's Nova goes red, and he runs through at a 764 at 93 miles an hour. Over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 787 at 86 miles an hour. As you can see, we are doing a little bit of test and tune as we're getting ready to put together the Run for the Money shootout in Pro ET. .565 cubic inch supercharged big block Nova. That ought to do something. Hey, listen up, guys. Would you like to get a souvenir? Or maybe you just need something to keep you warm. But swing on by the West Coast Classic bracket trailer behind the tower, and you can pick up T-shirts, hoodies, hats, you name it, they got it. You need to get you some. Again, guys, merchandise for this event is available. I suggest everybody grab some. And grab a Dos Equis for me, please. Brandon Clark, the 68 Roadrunner. Jeff Kreider going out and getting another pass. Man, I'm telling you what, this guy owns stock in a gas company. I think the number of passes Jeff's made. Looks like the Pro ET Run for the Money folks are lined up and just about ready to go. I have a list here of what looks to be the first round of Super Pro. I have not called you yet, but I'll just give you a heads up on who's got what. Del Taros versus Bill Kidd. Dennis Bush versus Chris Browning. Tim Wirtz versus Marco Peraflaz. And then to make it kids a pair against Kyoki Dessa. So there you are. That is your Run for the Money 8-car shootout field that are going to be running for the used performance $2,000 grand prize. Going to do just a quick little touch up on the track and make sure that it's perfect. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Run for the Money, first call. We just called out your pairing. Super Pro Run for the Money, first call. Super Call, Super Pro, it's all the same.
Yeah.
So a really awesome field. So again, Super Pro 8-car shootout. Super Pro 8-car shootout. You have been called. Super Pro 8-car shootout. You have been called. You can bring them to the lanes. So again, I want to remind everybody that the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, the gear, is now available. So if you like t-shirts, hoodies, hats, and who knows what other miscellaneous stuff might be there for your liking, swing on by the West Coast Classics bracket trailer, and you can find it right behind the tower. And guys, swing on by and grab you some. So our fields are set. Like I said, Super Pro, this is your first call, Super Pro, for the 8-car shootout. Couple things I just want to cover real quickly with you folks. Couple things. One is I want to make sure that everyone understands that waste oil needs to go into the correct receptacles. Trash cans are not the correct receptacles. We're in California, and nobody's really happy about waste oil. So please make sure it gets into the right spot. What we'd really prefer is, if you do change your oil, is to make sure that you basically take it home with you and dispose of it where you bought it. And if not, we do have receptacles here. They're out by the main gate. Please go ahead and use them if you gotta. Sounds like we've cranked them up a couple cars out there as we're getting ready to go into first round of the Pro ET shootout for the Run for the Money. Well, there's 8 cars running for $2,000. Anybody want to guess what second place pays? Super Pro Shootout cars, Super Pro Shootout cars, you have been called. Super Pro Shootout cars, you have been called. Okay, all the rest of the touch-up's been done to the track, and we are ready to go. Guys, you should be in your cars and suited. Here we go. First pair. There we go. Okay, now we got 2 cars. Cool. CW Hofer. CW grabbed that number 8 spot with an 0.32 and your number 1 qualifier. All right, lighten up the tires. Folks is ready to go. Herc was your number 1 qualifier. 660 is his dial. I think he ran a 660 with a 7 just a few minutes ago, so he's sticking with the plan. .736 for CW, 660 for Herc. Oh, baby. Herc goes red. CW 01 off the tree. So CW is the first guy to make it to the semifinals. Next pair coming your way. David Meyer driving the 01 Cavalier alongside Hubert Pierce. Pierce driving the Camaro. Camaro dialed 814. 610 for Dave's Cavalier. Winner of this comes back to run CW. Hubert Pierce breaks out. Dave Meyer takes the win as he runs a 10 with an 8 on a 10. Two Cavaliers made the field. I bet even Mike English, as good as he is, what do they call that word? Pronosticating? Something along those lines? He would have never guessed that two Cavaliers were going to make the field. Vic Hudson in the Valiant, waiting patiently. .624 on a 623, Vic Hudson. .790. Bush, we need you to the lanes for Super Pro. .790. 790B, I'm sorry. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Here's Tony Marconi versus Pedro Valadez. Red light for Marconi. Pedro moves on. Okay, we're going to go do a little bit of test and tune here as we get our Super Pro category ready to go. I have a racer who needs some part. If you happen to have some AN lines, 4 AN brake line, he needs approximately 18 inches. It could be a little bit longer, but it can't be a little bit shorter. It's 4 AN on each end. If somebody's got or the ability to fix one or make one, please. Please bring your stuff to the Elite Trailer. He desperately needs it to get back into the races. Either that or it's going to be one break. Again, that is a 4 AN line brake line, at least 18 inches long, or somebody that can make or fix one. Oh, man, red light for Brian. Eric runs down through there with a triple O light. Where was that when he needed it? Super Pro, you guys should be in the lanes and just about suited up. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes and just about suited up for your 8-car shootout. It looks like that we're going to have C.W. Hofer alongside Dave Meyer and Vic Hudson alongside Pedro Valdez in Pro. Hey, listen up. If you are interested in making more test and tune passes, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you. Keep in mind that we're going to run them until just about dark. So there is some time, but if you want to make a pass, feel free to bring it. West Coast Classic merchandise is for sale. I want to remind y'all, hey, nothing better than a nice snuggy hoodie, right? Or a t-shirt. .106 60-footer coasts through 630 at 73 miles an hour. It was probably doing 130 miles an hour at the 60-foot clocks. So again, although I have not called for second round yet of the Pro ET Run for the Money shootout, the participants are C.W. Hofer versus David Meyer and Vic Hudson versus Pedro Valdez. We're doing a quick check of the track. Hopefully it's a quick check of the track. And again, Super Pro Run for the Money. Okay, they are here and ready to go. Also, test and tune guys in lanes 1 and 2. We're going to have open testing. Like I said, we'll probably shut down just a few minutes before we'd have to turn the lights on, obviously, as we tried to avoid that. Keep the electric bill down just a touch. There is going to be just a little bit of cleanup, so we do have a minute or two. Want to remind everybody, the West Coast Classic trailer just below the tower has all kinds of really cool merch. That's slang for merchandise. Anyway, but if you are looking for hats, T-shirts, hoodies, some other really cool swag, swing on by and check it out. See what you got. Definitely worth your while. Pro ET second round. You guys will be called in just a few minutes. We haven't called you yet, but it will be just a few minutes before we give you guys the chime. Again, the pairings for pro: C.W. Hofer versus David Meyer and Vic Hudson versus Pedro Valdez. And that's some pretty good pairings right there. This is going to be a lot of fun. Winners of that round going to find out who's going to go to the final and then figure out who's going to take home the $2,000 presented by Used Performance, as we refer to this as Run for the Money Thursday. Plus, it's great to see everybody from all kinds of places. Back east, lots of folks down from Idaho. We always appreciate all the folks that come down here. Suppose it's a tad warmer in Southern California than it is in Idaho right now. For those of you that are getting a little homesick in Idaho, it's 37 degrees right now. Okay, word from the top end of the track is we've got it all clean and ready to go. So again, folks, remember, if you think you got a little bit of oil coming out of the car, please put it up against the guardrail, not on the guardrail, not in the guardrail, just next to the guardrail. We're going to run a few more cars before we call out Super Pro. '67 Nova coming up to do a quick little test and tune. Guys, the test and tune lanes are open. It's lanes 1 and 2. Okay, this is our last test and tuner before we go to Super Pro. First round of the shootout for the run for the money in Super Pro, presented by Used Performance. Okay, guys, be suited and ready to go, as you are going to be coming out now. Little '67 Nova staging them up. 05 Light, this guy jumps off the line pretty sweetly. Runs through the other end, goes 586, 118 miles an hour. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Super Pro, run for the money. How about you? A front motor dragster making the top 8 field. Dale Taros, 530 the dial-in. Bill Kidd driving the door car, the 1966 Nova 355 small block. I bet that's a Kidd Performance powered car. Like second cousins or something maybe? Who knows? But 642 the dial in for the Nova. So he's going to get a jump on that front motor dragster, and that front motor dragster is going to try to track him down. Lights are on, trees coming down. How about you? 003 off the tree, and Dale Taros goes on to round 2 with a 534 on a 530. Kidd, a nice 025 light, but unfortunately Dale, for him, Dale goes 003 on the tree, and Dale moves on to the next round. Savannah Kidd, 573 the dial in for the dragster, and it's dragsters a pair, 444. So for a pair of dragsters, wheels up launch. Wind light goes to Kyoki. Kyoki closer. So Kyoki moves on to round 2 with a 445 at 154 miles an hour. Savannah runs through with a 571 at 120. Tim Wirtz driving that good-looking 63 Corvette alongside Marco Perlevis. Marco dialed in at a 454. Going to give a slight head start to the, oh, baby, goes red. He would have had to try as hard as he could. Tim goes 009 off a line, then runs an 11 on a 10. So Tim moving on to round 2. And the final pair heading to our semifinals, Dean Bush out of Las Vegas alongside Chris Browning. Dean dialed in a 464. Chris dialed a 534. So the Corvette's going to get just a slight head start. Oh, baby. Chris trying to get a little more than a slight head start, goes 007 red and gives the win light over to Dean Bush. That sets our field for Dale Taros versus Dean Bush and Tim Wirtz versus Keoki Denson. Also, guys, listen up. Attention in the pits. Pro ET run for the money, second round. Pro ET run for the money, second round. This is your call. Also, keep in mind, lanes 1 and 2 are open for open testing. And for open testing, there won't be any call. Guys, just keep coming until they tell you can't come no more. Tracy Perez alongside Jim Shelton. Tracy driving the Chevelle over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Real clean-looking 66 Chevelle goes 001 red to a 007 green. Shelton 640 at 105 miles an hour. 748 at 91 for Tracy Perez. Eric Reyes driving the dragster alongside Brian Cam driving the Camaro. O2 light off the line for Eric. He goes up 478 at 144 miles an hour. The Camaro runs through 785 at 86 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Oh, baby. Big sideways move. Eric shuts it down. Nice 015 light. Over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And that's about all there is to report from there. Again, Pro ET run for the money. Pro ET run for the money. The 4 cars left. CW, David, Vic, Pedro. We're looking for you guys. Bring them to the lanes. Test and Tune is open in lanes 1 and 2. Test and Tune is open in lanes 1 and 2. There is no designation in Test and Tune, guys. Pro, Super Pro, whatever. Bring them to the lanes. Shelby Williams driving the K&N Filter 67 Camaro. Big wheels up launch. Looked like the old-time super stalker right there. Goes through 614 and 111 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet lane at a 546 and 128 miles an hour. Both cars left the line with identical 037 lights. Rick Reynolds, 559, 122 miles an hour. 4-speed Challenger, how about you? 690 at 100. Red light by 1 thou over in the three-way Chevrolet goes 6 flat at 88 miles an hour. And 498 at 138 miles an hour for the dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. Next pair coming your way. Nova over in the three-way lane. Peter Chiblis doing the driving out of Ridgecrest. Camaro gone in a flash with a nice 02 light. Runs for the other end. How about you? 533 at 132 miles an hour. 632 at 106 for Peter over in the three-way lane. Three-way Chevrolet. Laura Nilsson, red, but runs a 648 at 108 miles an hour, 606 at 114 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Good looking. Dave Barcelone's from Trucktown, sponsored, 67 Nova. 421 cubic inches. .634 and 108 miles an hour. Started that out with a 005 light. Kevin Imes' 73 Plymouth Duster. The Duster runs a 786 at 93 miles an hour. And again, our pro run for the money, our semifinal. We're staging them up right now, guys, so be just a few minutes. We'll get you ready to go. This is going to get pretty exciting. Some of the best bracket racers on, I was going to say on this part of the country, but actually it's pretty much best bracket racers from just about 4 corners of the country. Yeah, really. I mean, I've seen them bracket race over there in the Middle East. They don't do it real well. So, yeah, let's just call it the Planet. Jeff Kreider running through with a 717 at 94 miles an hour. Roger Phillips driving that bright green 69 Nova alongside Rob Strong. Rob driving the 68 Firebird. Rob goes red. Roger leaves with an 06 green light and then goes 645 at 106 miles an hour. Rob runs it on through with a 671 at 102.4. Dragsters a pair out here in the test and tune lanes. Guys, test and tune is in lanes 1 and 2. If you're just getting here kind of late, but you bought in for test and tune, have no fear, as there will be test and tune going on until just about dark. B-Body Mopar lining up alongside the dragster, Brandon Clark, the 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. Big wheels up launch for Brandon's Roadrunner. Dragster flies on this end, though, as he goes 476, 143 miles an hour. Started that out with Bond, James Bond. 007 to the green side. Man, I think there's been a sale on green race car paint lately. Brandon Umberger out of Grand Junction, the bright green 77 Chevette. Got a little more motor in it than my sister's Chevette had. Goes 564, 121 miles an hour. Bob Zahner's real nice looking 67 Nova goes a 732 at 93, starting that out with an 02 light. Brandon goes off the line with an 01 light. Cal Gordon, 80 Mustang, built Ford Tough with Chevy stuff. Red light for the Roadster, just by 3,000 of a second. Cal Gordon goes 0-1, then runs 629 at 108 miles an hour, 549, 128 over in the Michelob Ultra lane. Doing a quick little tune-up here on the start line. I'm not quite sure exactly who was responsible or what was responsible, but something tinkled. First off, our first guess was Mike English with "It Was a Car." Okay. Anybody else care to guess? We're checking the rest of the track real quick. The Super Pro Run for the Money semifinalist is going to be Dale Toros versus Dean Bush, and Tim Wirtz versus Kyoki Denza. Guys, this isn't your call, but I know it's going to happen very shortly, so stand by. So again, guys, if we could get that Super Pro, this is your call. Super Pro semifinals. Super Pro semifinal in the Run for the Money. That's presented to you by Used Performance. I'd like to thank Used Performance and the crew over there for basically digging down in that pocket, pulling out $4,000 and saying, here it is. Come and get it. And I'll tell you what, we've seen some serious racers getting after this money. So it's going to be a good time had by all. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. This is the 4 cars left in the Run for the Money shootout. Come down lanes 7 and 8. We'll make sure you're paired up correctly, and we're going to put you down the track here in just a few minutes. We do have a tad of cleanup work to do here. So we Super Pro semifinal, you've been called to lane 7 and 8. Super Pro semifinal, you've been called to lane 7 and 8. All right, back to racing. I will tell you, this crew can clean up a mess, lickety-split, no doubt about that. Alan Volvo bringing his 72 Chevelle to the line. Red light's a pair. Roadster runs through with a 627 at 79 miles an hour, 637 at 87 miles an hour for Alan Volvo. Randy Stanley driving that 75 Nova. It's now time to go. Kelly Davis knew it was time to go as she goes 0.15 off the tree and then runs it out. Goes 628 at 108 miles an hour. Looks like we're getting ready to get back into the shootout. So Vic Hudson, who was your number 2 qualifier, is up against Pedro Valadez, your number 3 qualifier. Well, there's no easy pickings here, that's for sure. Vic Hudson bringing that 1969 Valiant. You'll never see it. It's got the complete camouflage on it. He's alongside Pedro, driving that 01 Pontiac. So 698 is going to get a little bit of a head start, and then Vic's going to come after him. Tree comes down. This is going to be tight down at the other end. The answer is Pedro moves on to the final. Check that out. Pedro moves on with a real nice 698 on a 698. Little bit better edge on the tree than Vic. Vic ran him down and ran a 28 on a 23, so not getting there in time. And Pedro moves on to the final. Who's he going to run? The question is, Is it going to be Dave Meyer? David in the 01 Cavalier, 6.10, I should say. Probably 600 cubic inch big block, or maybe a 2.2. Or how about CW Hofer with a 736 style? Going to get a little second and change head start. And then here comes the Cavalier. Tree comes down. Lights are tight at this end. It's going to be who's guessed out the other? Answer is CW Hofer moves on to the final, 36 on a 36 after a nice 0-2 light. And I got news for you. Both those guys packaged up almost identical for coming into that final. Big Mac Racing, Kevin McClellan, driving the 27 Ford. Another Ford made tough with Chevy stuff. 532 cubic inch Ford goes 524 at 132 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet lane, how about you 627 at 109?
Okay, I'm ready. Thanks, Jay. Colton Aragon in from Colorado. That's the dragster here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Colton checks out 006 475 144. Far side's 570 123 is Frank Miranda taking on the dragster. He did a little supercharger on top of that ride, I believe. Well, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Frank goes 659, 104, and a little bit of stuff on the track here. Well, come up for your one and only time shot and unfortunately get shut off because she's leaking a little bit of stuff. Hey, by the way, real quick reminder, right behind the tower, the West Coast Bracket Racing trailer there. Get on over there, get yourself some cool event merchandise, hoodies, T-shirts, hats, all kinds of cool stuff, man. Great deal there right behind the tower, and they're available now. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic here for Formosa Dragsway on Hughes Performance Thursday. We're going to be racing the final in the Pro ET run for the money. Going to be a pretty good one with CW Hofer and Pedro Valadez. Of course, Pedro, good to have him back out racing again. Remember, it wasn't that so long ago. His Camaro got in an argument with one of those concrete retaining walls, and you know how that usually works out. By the way, Super Pro Run for the Money, I see you are on the lane. Way to go. Good job. So a little bit of stuff out on the track here. Bobby Dye Jr. waiting, RJ Simrock waiting. Bobby, get your mom to grab. Kathy, grab a mop down there. Okay, just saw it. Got to bring the commode out. And by the way, just a quick reminder on Kid Performance Friday, Gates and Tech start at 7 a.m. One time trial, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Eliminations follow that one and only time trial tomorrow. So Gates open 7 a.m., time trial at 8 a.m. Round number one on Kid Performance Friday. Eliminations follow that one and only time trial. And also a lot of cool side words there. Don't forget the Silver Platter Racing Sportsman Standout, put up by CW and Sasha Hofer and Jeff Jones Entertainment. $1,000 to the best Pro ET True Sportsman Eliminator car. So you have to go over to the West Coast Bracket Racing trailer here behind the tower and check in and register for that True Sportsman car. And, of course, you remember our great friend, the late Val Homart, who passed away a couple years ago. Well, we know what a badass racer she was. So it's going to be the Badass Babe, the best female this weekend. Val's husband, Kevin, West Coast Bracket Racing, putting up $1,000 to the baddest babe this weekend here, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Man, just like that, RJ and Bobby roll up. So Bobby Dye right side, RJ Simrock left side. I got one more of them specialty awards to talk about, but right now, the final pair of time trials and Super Pro Run for the Money eliminations. The 8 best packages came back and they're running for $2,000 on Hughes Performance Thursday. Bobby's 006, RJ's 008. Bobby goes 4.64, 147. RJ's 4.94, 140. It's a semifinal round in Super Pro Run for the Money on Hughes Performance Thursday with Dean Bush in from Las Vegas at 4.64 in the three-way Chevrolet lane, and Dale Torres for the Clay Smith Camps, the front motor dragster who snuck into that number 8 spot. 5-3-0 for the front motor dragster out of La Mirada. A very interesting quad of cars down there. 2 traditional rear-engine dragsters, big block Chevrolet's far side. Front motor dragster over here for Dale Torres. And the drop-top Corvette for Tim Wirtz and the team out of Idaho. So Dean rolls up, lights that pre-stage light, waiting on Shorty over here to come up in that Michelob Ultra lane. In set to go to the final. Super Pro Run for the Money. They are clean, they are green. They are 2 thou apart top end. Dale Torres is going to run for the money for the final. He goes dead on 9, 0-15. dead on 9, 0-15. Dale Torres going to the final. Dean Bush was 17 on the tree and a 3 over, 4, 6, 7, 8. The other side of the semifinal round, Tim Wirtz, the Corvette at 5-10. And Keoki Dessa for the LAT Racing Oils and Wilkes Racing Engines. Far side, another one of those Vegas boys. Keoki at 4:45 in that rocket ship. One of them is going to race Dale Torres. Will it be the Corvette or the Dragster? Clean green. Corvette out there. Keoki's going to have to hustle. Tim Wirtz, 0-11, 1 over, 5-11 for the win. Keoki left some on the starting line with a 54 light. Got down there, broke out at a 1 under, 444. Tim Wirtz, Dale Torres in the final. Super Pro run for the money as Roger Phillips rolls up the Nova Sacramento Raceway Park track champion. And Pro ET is Roger. Rogers 009 red, Dragster's 004 green. Dragster goes 473, 144. Roger Phillips 650, 97 miles an hour. David Demings and Tyler Myra. Tyler over there far side in from Utah. Beats Diesel team car. Of course, the Demings, a couple of them prime time players in from Idaho. How about Tyler? Trip, zip, goose eggs, and 460, 146. Demings goes 630, 107. This is Jimmy Lewis in from Washington, coming back here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Red light start, Jimmy. Green light start, far side down there. Jimmy Lewis, 4.634, 149. Far side, 4.88.9, 141. Stan Deming. It's like the old man, you know, the Vega. 016 Stan Deming. 017 Dragster Farside 498 137. Stan 605 113. It's Pat Welch and Craig Marilis. The Welchmobile coming back here, Pat. And Craig Marilis, the Summit ET National Champion in EV class. First one ever is Craig Farside. This is not his Summit, his electric car. The Camaro's a gas burner. .008 Pat Welch, 469 145. 011 Craig Marilis, 647 105. Eric Reyes, Marco Parabolaris. Man, this is pretty good. Stickman over there far side, race car letterer pinstriper extraordinaire, and Marco Parabolaris. Of course, Marco, his racing resume pretty long. There we go, getting in. A couple of NorCal guys who have knocked heads like about 50 million times. 001 Marco, 019 Eric, Stickman 478 144, Marco 620 113. There's Noel Carras and Enrique Marquez. Enrique, LS powered Mustang. There's a stunner. Noel down there, San Diego area, regular Barona drag strip. Got the boss man in the house this weekend at Barona, Rick Reynolds. The new grandfather, Rick Reynolds, by the way. Guy doesn't look a day over 90. Jessica, I got it right this time, didn't I? Love you. Oh, and speaking of Rick Reynolds, he's in the water box right behind Noel. 030 Camaro, 038 Mustang. Mustang down there top end, Enrique, 624 110. Noel, 6555 102 is Rick Reynolds and Tristan Craig. Woo, we got a lot of smoke down there. We got a whole lot of smoke down there. Gonna shut them off and check that top end. And Enrique crawling out of his car down there. He comes to a stop. That left lane down there. Noel makes that right turn as he kind of went, wow, that's a lot of smoke, and I'm just going to pull over the side here. Wise move there. With the SoCal Speed Shop safety safari all over that Mustang, and, well, that did not look good. By the way, West Coast Bracket Races trailer right behind the tower here. All kinds of very cool merchandise down there. Hats, hoodies, T-shirts, all kinds of neat stuff. So going to be a few minutes. Going to check the track down there with Rick Reynolds and Tristan Craig in the next pair. So an array of SoCal Speed Shop safety safari down around Enrique's Mustang top end there. And Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, run for the money, final round. Pro ET, run for the money, final round. Need you to the lanes, please. So that would be Dale Torres, Tim Wirtz in Super Pro, CW Hoper, Pedro Valadez, Pro ET, final round, $2,000 cash on Hughes Performance Thursday in both classes in Run for the Money. So need you to the lanes. Get a little bit of a cleanup down there. We'll be rocking and rolling here in a few minutes. Well, good news. Kevin down there says, let's go, boys and girls. And hey, Jessica, thank you very much for the 2 messages there. Appreciate that very much. And I will use both those, especially when Jeffrey comes up in a little bit. But right now, Rick Reynolds and no, it's not Rick. Is it Rick? I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Jay. Appreciate the help. Yeah. So Rick Reynolds from that aforementioned Verona drag strip will roll up here. That Michelob Ultra Lane and Tristan Craig out of Las Vegas, actually Henderson, but runs a lot at the strip at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So Rick's going to roll up there. Tristan over there. They're pre-staged. Hughes Performance test and tune Thursday with 4 cars coming back and run for the money. Some cash here. Rick Reynolds is 004. Tristan Craig is 023. Tristan's 509, 133. And the dragster, Rick Reynolds, is 559, 123. And that big old honking Ford. I love that car. Former national champion Greg Dreher and Nick Cobb for Renegade Race Fuels and Mickey Thompson Tires, the guy who picked up his first ever national event win a couple months ago at Pomona and was so excited he put it in a sand trap. Hey, anything to get on TV, right, Nick? Nick is 010 red. Greg Dreer goes 40 green, and Nick goes 467, 147. Greg is 599, 6. Well, I know he did. Eric Arnett wanted me to say that Greg also took a shot at the wall. It's a vet. It's a road racer, is in Chevette. So driver's license run, then Chris Johnson's Mopar. So the driver's license run for Trent Flores. Now we go back to cars. Chris Johnson's Mopar taking on the Camaro. By the way, racers, quick reminder, lanes are still open for test and tune. Wow, I'm not sure what happened there, but neither one of them exactly hit the tree. Chris Johnson, the Michelob Ultra lane is 6023113. Camaro 7211, 96 miles an hour. Andrew Manning, Lucas Oil Products, Jeff Jones Racing Motorcycle, and Gabe Torres. GT over here in that Michelob booth, Ultra, I'll get it here. Maybe I had too many. Michelob Ultra lane, three-way Chevrolet lane, the Hayabusa for Andrew Manning and Lucas Oil and Summit, K&N, and the old man, Jeff. He's like really old, you know. In set 018 Gabe, 021 Andrew. Gabe goes 460, 149. Andrew, the motorcycle, 555, 125. It's Gabe Hernandez and Wes Anderson. Wes Farside, the Roadster. Gabe over here out of Mexico. The S10 pickup truck. Stock it is. .007 in the S10 for Gabriel. 038 Wes Anderson, the Roadster. Roadster's 536, 126. Gabriel, the S10, 606, 113. Shelby Williams, the K&M Filters Camaro. And Steve White, the Black Stealth Drafter in from Ventura, the former Division 7 champion. 012, Steve White. 032, Shelby Williams. Steve White, 483, 143. 614, 111, Shelby Williams. Rob Strong, Ryan Homard. There we go. Finally get him in. Tree comes down. 010 Ryan in the Nova. Rob's 54 on the tree in the Firebird. Ryan top end 609 111. Rob goes 672 101 is Jeff George. Jonesy, the Lucas Oil, Calvert Racing. Jeff Jones Entertainment, Wheel Stand and Nova. And the Vega Farside. Final round, Run for the Money, coming out next. Jeff Jones lights that second light. Finally, we get him in there. Jeff goes 26 on the red side. Vegas 084 green down there top end. Jeff Jones 596, 115. Vegas 6093, 112. Final round, Super Pro Run for the Money for $2,000 cash on Hughes Performance Thursday. Tim Wirtz and Dale Torres. Wirtz at 5'11" in the Corvette in from Idaho. Dale, the front motor dragster, at 5'30" for the California Hot Rod Reunion NE1 champion, far side. Interesting note, this is going to be fun to watch. Tim Wirtz's car is about 15 mile an hour faster than the door car is. Well, I guess you could call it a door car, the convertible Corvette. Pro ET final round in the water box. They are pre-staged for the Super Pro for $2,000. Wirtz is in, Dale Torres is in. Head start to the dragster. Red light start, Dale Torres by 9,000. Tim Wirtz is going to take $2,000 back to Idaho. Dead on 6/019. Tim Wirtz, your Super Pro Run for the Money champion. First trophy of the weekend, by the way. It's the final round. Pro ET Run for the Money. A couple of prime time players in C.W. Hofer. Former Division 7 champion at 737, and Pedro Valadez, his comeback, the Pontiac Firebird for the runner out of Fullerton at 697. So C-Dub getting a head start, again for $2,000 on Hughes Performance Thursday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic bracket race there, pre-stage. Pedro goes right in, lights that second light, waiting on C-Dub. He is in and set. They are clean and they are green. Couple of Firebirds. C-Dub out there. C.W. Hofer drops that nose. 001 to 2 over. 739.4. C.W. was 001. Pedro, 34 on the tree, and then breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Getting there second. Going back to test and tune now. Kevin Homart, Jonathan Knoll. Kevin, supercharged big block Camaro. Jonathan, the stick shift Challenger. How about that, Tim Wertz coming down the return road there? $2,000 in Super Pro. Run for the money. Going to run over Chris Forsythe. A round of applause there with everybody. The cool deal for the champ. So Kevin right, Jonathan left. Kevin 579, 120. Jonathan spinning the tires, 714, 99 miles an hour. Kevin was 11 off that starting line. Val Torres Sr., the dragster here for the home builder, taking on the Nova. Double 03 Val, 486, 134. Nova, 759, 690 miles. Matt Fritz and Jim Shelton. Matt over here, the Camaro. Jim over there, the Mustang. It's C.W. Hofer, your Pro ET run for the money winner in front of the grandstands there. Back to racing, Jim Sheldon, 643, 018. Tracy Perez. Mike Ornelas. Mike in from Baja, California. Tracy, of course, a bunch of the Barona wives back home watching on the World Wide Web on the Formoso Facebook page. 005 Red Tracy, 012 Red Mike. Robert Butler, the 73 Camaro. .005 red, Robert Butler. 026 green. Robert's 559, 123. Porsche is 631, 113. So Vic Hudson, the Plim, Radley Sadler, the Nova. Randy goes 007 green. Vic goes 645, 107, 689, 98 miles an hour Nova. Rodney Snyder. Rodney, the topless Corvette, 63 Corvette for Scotty's Muffler. Grand Junction, Colorado. .002 red Rodney goes 528, 131. Far side Camaro, 788, 86 miles an hour is Elliot Franco. Elliott Jr., 003, 527.7, 130 far side, 643, 104 is Chris Stock. Ernie Macias. Ernie the Beretta. That's Ramona, which tells you he races at Verona, and he does. In fact, I believe he's Super Pro track champ. And I know Jessica will correct me if I'm wrong on that. Just kidding, Jess. Chris Stock in from Carlsbad. The Dave Beckley Belt Dragster for a kid who's been doing this a long time. Got Dad Pat in the house. And his pit, his crew chief this weekend, two-time Western Fuel Altered Association champion Eric Gates. Yeah. It's not sure exactly what happened there because I have absolutely no idea, but they will back Chris Stock and Ernie Macias out. So Rick Schwogart says, hey, come on, boys, we'll do this over. So Chris left, Ernie right. I'm going to get this. You guys give me a chance here. Pre-staged. Chris is in. Ernie's in. Okay, don't wait any longer. Let's go. 30 red is Ernie. 24 green, Chris. Down there, top end, Chris Sock, 497, 138. Ernie's 523, 130. And Jay Kasem will now take you through some more test and tune with Don Sefton for the Dave Barcelone Trucktown Dragster.
Alongside Paul Dowdy. Paul out of Centerville, Utah, making the trip all the way down here. So the dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. 580 cubic inches, and that's the teeny motor of the two. Don Sefton, 632 cubic inches, because that's almost enough to get that car down the track. You're right, Mike. That is Eric Gates. And I'm not quite sure why everybody ain't leaving here. I don't want it ever to end. Paul Dowdy goes to the other end with it. Starts it out with an 01 light, runs through the other end. 77 and 143 miles an hour. Backing Don out. Not quite sure what happened there, but we continue on. Coming around the corner, here's C.W. Hofer as he put the wind light on in the final of the shootout in the pro run for the money. Again, thanks very much. Used performance. Jeff Kreider. Kreider, Critter, it's all the same. Alrighty, here we go with a little bit of checking things out before we get back to running. We got quite a few cars in the lanes for test and tune. Keep in mind, guys, it gets dark just about 5 o'clock here in the southern tip of the Central Valley. So we got a little bit of time left here to get a test and tune in. Especially if you're just getting here, now's a good time to give it a shot. Pearson Deming out with an 0-2 light, running for the other end. Doesn't take that little Nova long to get there. 6:47 at 105 miles an hour. So in tradition of some of the very cool shoe boxes that are out there, Dave Edwards, 55 Chevy, 638 cubic inches under that hood. Chop top, sits down low over the tires. DJ driving the Corvette. Alrighty, everybody heading the right direction right now. .017 light for DJ, and he runs through the 579 at 118 miles an hour. Dave Edwards, 57 Chevy, runs a 534 with a 0 at 131 miles an hour. Single run going off here. Mustang, Mr. Gordon there running a 1 light off the line, then goes a 627 at 109.33. Pretty good contingent of Mopars out here. You don't really necessarily see a lot of them anymore. The ones we see seem to run really good, though. Man. A couple of really nice looking road runners. Jeff's Satellite, that's a gorgeous car. Well, I guess it doesn't matter how it get there, it works. 05 light off the line, goes 772 at 95 miles an hour for the Duster. Reyes Designs car. Katie doing the driving now. Michelle Lewis driving the Infiniti Coachworks car. Making the trip down from Washington. Red light by just 2 thousandths. Katie driving the black dragster goes 003 to the green. I was told that she does a really good job with this car, and that's what it looks like. 003 to the green side, and then 478 at 144.5. Larry Geist driving the 95 Daytona. Mason Watts driving the dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet side. Butch Warner driving the 18-karat dragster. Man, I'll tell you, these dragsters are getting a little bashful out here. That's about the third one we've pushed backwards instead of watched it go forward. Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls jumping into Nova. All right, man, we got a license pass going on here. Test and tune machines, it's still open. The lanes are still open. But, wow, as the sun goes down, your chances of getting in another pass get smaller and smaller. So make your way to the lanes. Nice 02 light off the line. 524, 136. I believe that's license pass number 6. Hey guys, while I got a minute here, I'd like to first off congratulate C.W. Hofer on putting together another one. And you know, you sit there and say, well, this might be his. Is this your first time winning the shootout?
First time for a shootout, yeah.
Not your first time putting on a win light, though. This guy's put on more than a few. So anything tricky happening today, or was it just business as usual?
I got up on the wheel and had some good lights, put it dead on against Myrie. That was a tough customer, and just turned a 001 in the final to beat Pedro. So it was a good day for me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. We were watching Pedro run through the crowd there like you were, and it was like, yeah, these guys look like they're on a collision course, and no doubt about it. He gave you a good fight in the final.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was a good race. Tightened it up to 6 thou, and Pedro's a tough customer. Always been tough to race.
Well, it was fun seeing you guys out there for sure, and we really do appreciate you. And everybody at Silver State Refrigeration is sitting there and use performance. Don't forget those guys, because they put, a big old check in your pocket.
Absolutely. I appreciate all of them. Thank you for Chris to putting the race on, and thanks to Famoso for having the race.
Well, we love having you, and congratulations again.
Thanks, brother.
Again, guys, like I said, we got a few more minutes here where we're going to be running open test and tune. And again, that's C.W. Hofer. C.W. doing the job out there in the pro run for the money shootout, putting together a lot of really good passes. Because not only do you got to qualify with a really good pass, then you got 7 of the toughest hombres out there to go against. Hey, we're going to take a quick break real soon from the test and tune because, Mike, tell us what's going on. Well, besides you tangling up the cords, what's going on here?
What's going on here? We got Tim Wirtz in your Super Pro Run for the Money champion. $2,000. That makes this trip from Idaho a little easier. Congratulations, my friend.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it made the trip down here a lot better. I want to thank Chris for the awesome race that he puts on. That sure helps with that fuel money.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's not exactly cheap these days, you know. But by the way, are you guys going to stay and go to Vegas next weekend?
Yeah, we're going to head over there and see if we can keep it rolling a little bit, but we got to finish the weekend out here first.
I was going to say, we got a few more days to do here. We're just getting started on Hughes Performance Thursday, but just a great job there, man. Well, just to get into that field was kind of tough, wasn't it?
It was real tough. There's a bunch of hitters at this track.
Isn't there always a bunch of hitters at one of these West Coast Classics?
Absolutely. I know that these guys are tough out here.
Well, let's be honest. You're not exactly what I'd call a weak dog.
Well, I haven't raced in over 15 years, and this is my first year back. I've been helping Dustin race, and this race means a lot. Last year, or 2019, I guess it was, Dustin, the last time this race was held, Dustin raced himself in the final for the 20 grand. and what an accomplishment that was. So feels pretty good to be part of that crowd.
Yeah, very cool. For Tim, 15 years away. Any reason why?
Yeah, I just took some time away to put effort into Dustin's racing and teach him, what I know and make his cars good. And you learn a lot more standing behind them cars, watching them and, studying the data and things like that, I feel like top bulb racing is pretty competitive, but, a lot of people can hop in there and, and cut a light, there's practice trees available, lots of opportunities to make yourself better that way. But this is my first year back, and I've been to 5 final rounds and won a couple races already. And just a few months ago, back in Martin, Michigan, we were racing for 500,000, and I had a heart attack. And third round, and it took me out of the race. Obviously I had died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and they revived me. And so it just feels good to be here.
Man, after that story, I'm glad to have you here. That's really heartwarming, very much. I think, though, seriously, kind of joking, a lot of guys here wish you had got out of that ambulance, you know what I mean? But, man, seriously, that's wow. It's very heartwarming to hear you say that. Then come back here and on Thursday pick up $2,000. Just kind of a warm-up for the rest of the weekend, right?
This is my second race back after the heart attack, so feel pretty good to be here. And, yeah, it's a nice warm-up race. And, again, I want to thank Chris. The races he puts on are absolutely top tier.
Well, Tim, glad to have you here. Glad to have you back. Just glad to have you standing, man. A great job. Oh, one more?
Yeah, I want to thank a couple people along the way. Some sponsors that help us out. Westside Machine back in Boise, A1 Converters, Bob Book Racing Carburetors, and a couple others. But then I want to thank my wife and my son.
Yeah, he's a pretty good racer himself, isn't he? Tim Wirtz,
top tier. Yeah, he's good.
He is very well. But congratulations, my friend. Great job, and glad to have you back out here.
Wow, what a great story about Tim Wirtz. For those who didn't necessarily hear everything there, absolutely incredible that he was taken away from a race in an ambulance, and here he is just a few months afterwards, just his second race back. First opportunity to win money, he cashes. So, yeah, just imagine how tough that's going to be. Dean Bush against Bill Kidd. This particular kid from Marana, Arizona, alongside Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. Dean Bush driving the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Bill Kidd driving the little 66 Nova. Small block powered Nova, pushing his way into the lane. Ooh, baby, missed it by just 0.04 of a second. Dean Bush goes red with a 0.32. Listen up, racers, if anybody has an extra mini 12-volt one-wire generator or alternator. Yeah, there I am back in 1963 again. Again, if you've got a mini one-wire alternator for a dragster, Gage Cameron needs one pretty badly, so if someone could give him a hand, really would appreciate it. Either come by and see him in the pits, or you can just tell us in the tower that you've got one. Either way, he needs one to keep on going. Savannah goes 009 off the tree on the red side, then a 576 at 119 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet goes 654 at 105.9. Okay, listen up. Attention in the pits. If you want to get another pass in, you need to do it now. So if you plan on getting in another test and tune pass, you need to do it now because you've got 9 minutes before we close the lanes. Nice 09 light over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Michelob Ultra lane with an 05. So both of them nice lights leaving the line. 651 at 104 miles an hour. Alongside a 657. So nearly identical ETs at 104 miles an hour. So it almost doesn't make any difference who's what going where, as both cars run nearly identical all the way down the track. Bill Othello runs it out, goes 03 off the tree. How about a 487 at 143 miles an hour for that 05 Grand Am? Yeah, that's moving. And by the way, he's got C Scandi, at least painted on the side of the car. 722 at 95 miles an hour with an 04 light over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Phil Narum made a few passes earlier in the day, came out to get one more. This might be about the right time to come out and make a pass, because if you're planning on winning in the final, this is about what we expect to be about time for the final tomorrow. That is, provided everything goes the way everything should go. 588 at 116 miles an hour. Phil runs through at 606 at 102 miles an hour. Noel bringing the bright green Camaro up to the line. Tree comes down. Wow. Wheels up launch looking good. 03 light. Porsche staying right there with him, though. 642 at 109 miles an hour for the Porsche. And 655 at 102 miles an hour for Noel's Camaro. Porsche actually gets there first with a 05 difference. Wow. Byron Watts driving the dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Greg Dreher. Greg tiptoeing a little bit down the lane again. Not nearly as bad as last time as he goes full blast. 556 at 123 miles an hour. But much better pass than he had the one before. 034 light for Brian Watts as he goes 449 at 156 miles an hour. There, guy's driving the 95 Dodge Daytona, 440 for power. 0-2 to the good side. Red light over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Larry runs through with a 569 at 118 miles an hour. 696 at 100 miles an hour in the Michelob Ultra Lane. We have a winner in the parts. Brett has come up and said he does indeed have a one-wire mini alternator for dragster. So make sure that you make your way, find Brett. If you guys, for whatever reason, don't hook up, come on up to the tower, and we will be more than happy to get you guys hooked up. Andrew Manning driving the Lucas Oil Hayabusa alongside Paul Dowdy driving the 02 undercover car. 580 cubic inches against about 1,300 cc's. Okay, complete reset. So everything I said just a few seconds ago, rethink that in your head, play it through, and here we are. Paul Dowdy in the undercover chassis car alongside the drag bike. Hayabusa goes 648, 121 miles an hour alongside the dragster with a 478 at 143 miles an hour. Back of the staging lanes will be closing momentarily. The back of the staging lanes will be closing momentarily. So if you plan to make another pass tonight, you need to be in the lanes. Now's good time. .476 at 144.9 for the dragster. Out with an 01 light. Looks like a pretty tough combination. 01's a pair, actually. Three-way Chevrolet. Door car goes 789 at 86 miles an hour. Both guys starting it out with identical 018 lights. Dragsters a pair. Pat Welsh out with a nice 0-1 light, goes 4.69 at 146 miles an hour. The Michelob Ultra Lane, nice pass as well, 4.64 at 148 miles an hour. Ernie Macias bringing the Beretta up to the lanes. Made the trip out from Ramona. Trip up, trip out. Yeah, one of those. From Ramona. Ernie getting a little bit towards the center line. Straightens it back out and makes a nice pass. Goes 5.27, 129 miles an hour. 6.10 at 112 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Curtis in the 69 Roadrunner, nice 596 at 113 miles an hour. Both drivers leaving with 05 lights. Three-way Chevrolet lane, 694 at 96 miles. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The back of the staging lanes are closed. Back of the staging lanes are closed. The cars that are in the lanes will be the cars that we run out. And then we're going to be calling it quits for the night. And then the frivolity begins again tomorrow. Don Sefton out 0-2, goes 465 at 148 miles an hour. 688 at 98 miles an hour, starting out with a 008 light door car running down the three-way Chevrolet side. Hey, listen up, guys. I know this is important if you've got a motorhome. Motorhome dumping will take place tomorrow morning. The guy will be here. He can pump out your stuff. Also, he can supply you with fresh water. So that is available tomorrow. You definitely don't want to get those two mixed up, I don't think. But he'll be here tomorrow morning. We don't know exactly what moment. It may take place after we get started, or it may not. We don't know yet, but we'll have that information for you in the morning. But in case you're wondering what's going on, there will be somebody to help you with your dump outs sometime tomorrow morning. So hold on tight, if you know what I mean. And they will take care of that in the morning. We've got a few more cars to run out. Actually, looks like we got quite a few more cars to run out. And we wrap it up here on day one of the Used Performance Run for the Money Thursday, where we watch Tim Wirtz and C.W. Hofer take home the big checks. And I don't mean just big in cash-wise, I mean big checks. Hey, and to run us on out, here's Mike English.
Thank you, Jay. As Mark Kidd, the Kidd Performance. Don't forget, tomorrow is that Kidd Performance Friday here, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Mark over there in from Double Drip, Idaho. It's a town. Come on. See what the old man can do. Respectfully, I say that. 0-11 off that starting line is Mark Kidd down there top end. 485, 142, 571, 121. Michelob Ultra Lane. Let's see, I'm not sure who's driving. If it's Colin or Richard, one of them. They trade off. And John Victorino over there, that's the pickup truck. What happened to this shopping cart? I missed that thing. Victo is 007 red. Down there top end, Nova 648, 105. 743, 92 miles an hour. Victorino's Alan Valvo, Jeff Kreider. Going to run the lanes out. We're done for the day. On Hughes Performance Thursday, run for the money with some cash going to C.W. Hofer and Tim Wirtz. Man, I'll tell you that Tim Wirtz story. Okay, racers, listen up, especially Mopar guys. I have a racer up here who lost a couple of header bolts, so we need some header bolts. If you'd bring them up for a small block Mopar up in the tower here, I'd appreciate it very much, and we would get him to him a couple of header bolts for a small block Mopar. So again, I need header bolts, a couple of them for a small block Mopar. If you can get them up to the tower here, I'll get them to Jonathan Knoll. It's the next pair rolling on up here. Brian Clark and Dave Deming, far side. Watch this big old Mopar. This baby's cool. I gotta get me one of these. Told you that baby's cool. 004 red. Brian. Deming down there top end, 628, 107. Mopar 642, 106. Gabe Hernandez. That's the S10 in from Mexico. Both drivers pre-stage in set. 011, ooh, and up in smoke is the dragster. Pickup truck, Gabriel's 012, goes 608, 110. Dragster was 011 and then goes 896, 74, 79 miles an hour. It hit the throttle and just spun the tire big time. Stan Deming, far side. Wow, that's quite a burnout. 024 Deming. 010 Dragster down through there. 451, 151. As Kyle Raposo does his burnout. Stan goes 6039, 113. So Kyle coming back here. The team in from Hawaii, now living in Bakersfield. Taking on the Porsche. Double 02 green. Kyle 462, 148. Porsche 626, 114. Chris Johnson, the Mopar. Johnson's 24 on the tree, 48 on the tree. The pickup truck 613, 113. Chris is 610, 112. It's Trent Flores. Dream Reaver Racing rear engine dragster, new car to the family. Trent out on Hughes Performance, test and tune Thursday. His NHRA competition driver's license. Kid who's got a wealth of experience in junior dragsters. And goes 5:23.7, 136. David Beckwith. Nova Far Side in from Rancho Cucamonga, one of my all-time favorite towns. David's 14 on the tree in the Nova. Vince Chiarinallo goes 487, 141. David's 548, 127 in the Novas. Neil Pressmore out of Las Vegas. And Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones Entertainment. Team Machine. Deals in, waiting on Jeff Jones, light that second light. Here we go. Neal's 30 on the tree. Jeff Jones missed it big time. Neal top end, 475, 144. Jeff Jones, 591, 118. Brian Fitzpatrick, just an engineering masterpiece here. Turbocharged Toyota 6-cylinder. Supercharged Nova far side. So the turbocharged Toyota rolls up at pre-stages. Waiting on that supercharged Nova far side. There we got him in. Nova out of the throttle. Brian trucks on down through there. 431, 162. Brian Fitzpatrick, 431, 162. Nova goes 691 at 76 miles an hour. But how about that, baby? 162 miles an hour to the 8th mile. So Chad Davis, a little bit of stuff coming out again out of the, and I'm told by Chris Forsythe that is a turbocharged Volkswagen. So unfortunately, a little bit of stuff there. Be just a few seconds here. And Chad, the team will get her work on her tonight, get her fixed, and be ready for eliminations tomorrow. Which, by the way, it's Kid Performance Friday here at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Most drag strip here, and glad to have you all along here as we're going to run the lanes out here. Then it's time to pop a cold one. So great news. Clean down there at the top end is Tyler Myra in from Utah. Pete's Diesel team car drags you here in that Miller Ultra Michelob Ultra Lane. It's been a long day. Pedro Valadez runnered up in that Pro ET run for the money with that Firebird over there. I don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many times Pedro and C-Dub have paired up in final rounds in Pro ET. Different races over the years. Both drivers pre-staged. Pedro's in the Firebird. There gets Tyler, lights that second light. 0-10 Tyler, 34 is Pedro. Tyler down there, 461, 146. Pedro 704, 92 miles an hour is Ernie Macias. The team out of Ramona in this very cool Nova. Of course, Ernie, Super Pro track champ, Rona drag strip, that Beretta. Of course, Jessica sent me the message. All the Verona wives are watching on the World Wide Web there. And ladies, thank you very much. Glad to have you along for the ride. And of course, Jessica's punished me big time with messages. Just saying, I'm kidding. Come on. Of course, you owe me, you know, but that's okay. So they're in, they're set. Ernie's 29 on the tree. Nova's 12 on the tree. Ernie top end 524, 129. The Nova's 560, 126 is K-Mac, Kevin McClellan, and Mark Kidd. Of course, tomorrow is Kid Performance Friday with $10,000 to win in Super Pro. And the Big Mac Racing Roadster for K-Mac, Kevin McClellan, who won the Division 7 Pro ET Championship here at Formosa Drag Strip. Well, let's just say it was a while back. Back in the 80s. Yep. Had a Camaro. K-Mac's in, waiting on Mark Kidd. In, set. 021 Kevin McClellan. 023 Mark Kidd. 524, 132 Kevin in the Roadster. 586, 118, Mark in the Nova. Curtis Inzoletta, Arizona, the very cool Roadrunner. I dig that car. Be over there far side, taking on the Camaro. Green light starts. Curtis, the better of the two at 002. 596, 113. Camaro 706, 98 miles an hour. Steve Kelly. Camaro. Kelly wheels up 025 RED and runs her down through there. 617 109 is Greg Dreher, the wheel standing vet for Airflow Research and Matazza Racing. Then we'll go pairs. .013 on the tree. Greg Dreher down there top end. 555.3, 123 is two big-time Northern California racers. Craig Marilis, far side the Camaro, and Henry Roberson over here for Team Bodie Racing. A guy who's been to the winner, both of them. I mean, like, you talk about final rounds, like, it'd be as thick as the Bible. How many times these guys have paired up. Craig is 011 red. Henry is 009 green. Craig 647, 105. Henry 725, 94 miles an hour. Final car, Kyoki Dessa. Dad for LAT Racing Oils, KD Racing, and Wix Racing Engines in North Las Vegas. So Keoki going to roll up here. Final car on Hughes Performance Thursday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic bracket race. 016 on the tree, Keoki. 4, 4, 4, 2, 154, and that wraps up Hughes Performance Run for the Money Thursday here at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. My name is Mike Inglis, along with Jay Kasem. Of course, the staff of the West Coast Bracket Races. Staff here from Molson Drag Strip. Thank you very much for coming out and spending your Thursday. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow morning, gates open at 7 a.m. on Kid Performance Friday. Time trial, you get one time shot, 8 a.m., followed by eliminations. $10,000 to win in Super Pro, $5,000 to win in Pro on Kid Performance Friday. And it's now time to pop a cold one. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning. Kid Performance Friday.